Good evening, my quiet traveler. Tonight, I want you to forget everything waiting for you tomorrow. The unanswered messages can wait. The unfinished work can wait. Even the sunrise itself can wait a little longer. Instead, I invite you to step into a world where mornings arrive without alarms, where time is measured by birdsong instead of clocks, and where the greatest accomplishment before breakfast might simply be keeping a small fire alive through a cold spring night. You're not about to become a famous knight, riding toward a glorious battle. You're not a king making decisions that will shape kingdoms. No one will write songs about your adventures, and that is exactly what makes tonight's journey so peaceful. History is often told through the lives of extraordinary people, but the world was built by ordinary ones. People who woke before dawn, people who baked bread, tended gardens, carried water, and quietly watched the seasons change. Tonight, you are one of them. So settle comfortably beneath your blanket. Perhaps turn your pillow over to the cooler side. Take one slow breath in and another even slower breath out. Allow your shoulders to soften. Allow your thoughts to drift. Because for the next few hours, you have nowhere to be except a tiny medieval village, long before the rest of the world awakens. And if you find yourself drifting off somewhere along the way, then you've arrived exactly where you were meant to be. Before we begin, if you enjoy peaceful journeys into the past, you might gently consider subscribing and leaving a like. It helps this little village welcome more sleepy travelers. Now, the stars are still shining overhead. The moon hangs quietly above the countryside, and your day is about to begin. At first, you don't know what woke you. Your eyes remain closed beneath a thick wool blanket. The cottage is almost completely silent. Not the strange silence of an empty modern apartment. The silence feels alive. It breathes. It waits. Somewhere above your head, the old wooden roof gives a soft creak as the cool night air settles around the beams. A tiny ember hidden beneath yesterday's ashes glows faintly inside the stone hearth. Just enough light to remind you that the fire survived the night. Barely. You remain perfectly still. The straw mattress beneath you rustles gently whenever you breathe. It certainly isn't luxurious. Every stalk presses against the linen mattress cover with quiet determination. Yet after a long day spent walking fields and carrying wood, even a bed stuffed with straw feels wonderfully welcoming. You slowly open your eyes. Darkness fills most of the little cottage. Only the smallest hints of orange flicker near the fireplace. Above you, bundles of dried herbs hang from the ceiling beams. Sage, thyme, lavender. Their gentle fragrance still lingers in the cool morning air. The scent mixes with old wood smoke, fresh straw, and damp earth. Oddly enough, it smells like comfort. Outside, the world has not yet awakened. There are no wagons rattling along the village road. No children laughing. No blacksmith striking iron. Even the rooster, for once, has decided to remain silent. You almost appreciate the rare moment. It probably won't last. You pull the blanket slightly closer beneath your chin. The air inside the cottage is chilly enough to make every breath feel crisp against your face. Fireplaces were excellent companions during medieval winters. Less impressive after the flames disappeared. Still, no one expected perfect comfort. Comfort came in small pieces. A warm cloak, fresh bread, dry boots, a roof that mostly kept the rain outside. People learned to treasure ordinary things. Perhaps they understood something that modern life occasionally forgets. Happiness often arrives quietly, not dramatically, not with fireworks, but through little moments that ask almost nothing except your attention. A gentle scratching sound reaches your ears. You turn your head toward the corner of the room. There, curled into an untidy circle beside the fading warmth of the hearth, sleeps the cottage cat. One ear twitches. One paw stretches slightly. Then absolute stillness returns. Clearly, she has decided that waking before sunrise is entirely your responsibility, not hers. A wise decision. You smile. Cats, it seems, have always mastered the art of ignoring unnecessary obligations. Another quiet sound drifts through the tiny window, leaves moving gently in the breeze. Somewhere beyond the cottage walls, an ancient oak tree sways almost invisibly beneath the fading stars. Its branches have watched hundreds of mornings just like this one, long before you arrived, long after you'll be gone. Trees possess a remarkable talent for patience. You slowly sit upright. Your blanket slips gently onto your lap. Immediately, the cool air reminds you that leaving a warm bed requires a certain amount of courage. You briefly consider lying back down. After all, the fields will still be there. The chickens are unlikely to organize themselves. The bread certainly won't bake itself. Actually, perhaps that last one is worth getting up for. Fresh bread has convinced people to leave comfortable beds for centuries. You place both feet carefully upon the packed earth floor. Cold, very cold, instantly awake. Well, mostly awake. You stretch slowly, listening as your shoulders quietly protest yesterday's work. Carrying water from the well, gathering firewood, repairing the garden fence. Your muscles remember every chore far better than your sleepy mind does. The little cottage begins revealing itself as your eyes adjust to the darkness. A rough wooden table stands near the center of the room. Its surface bears countless scratches left by years of chopping vegetables, kneading dough, and repairing small household tools. No two marks are alike. Each one quietly tells the story of an ordinary day. A clay pot rests upside down beside the hearth. Bundles of onions hang near the doorway. A wooden spoon leans inside a bowl exactly where you left it yesterday evening. Nothing has moved. Nothing has changed. The cottage waited patiently while you slept. You glance toward the tiny window. Outside, the sky remains deep blue. Morning has not yet arrived, but night is beginning to loosen its grip upon the world. The stars seem slightly softer now, less brilliant, almost as though they know their shift is nearly over. A distant owl calls from somewhere across the fields. Then, nothing, only stillness, only waiting, only the quiet life before sunrise. The cottage remains wrapped in that quiet stillness. You stand for another moment. Allow your eyes to wander across the familiar room. Nothing demands your attention. Nothing feels rushed. The day has not yet begun asking anything of you. For a few precious minutes, the world belongs only to silence. You slowly pull your simple linen shirt over your head. The fabric feels cool against your skin after the warmth of the blanket. It has been washed many times in the nearby stream. Not perfectly. Medieval soap was never particularly famous for its magical cleaning powers, but it smells faintly of lavender, and that is more than enough. Next comes your wool tunic. It hangs from a wooden peg driven into one of the cottage beams. The cloth feels heavy at first, then comfortably familiar, like greeting an old friend every single morning. You tighten the leather belt around your waist. Its buckle has been repaired twice already, perhaps 3 times. The leather carries small cracks earned through years of ordinary work. Nothing in your cottage is new. Everything has a story. You slip your feet into sturdy leather boots waiting beside the doorway. One boot always seems slightly more cooperative than the other. The left slides on immediately. The right insists on a brief negotiation. Eventually, you win, or perhaps the boot simply decides you've suffered enough. Either way, both feet are warm again. The cat opens one sleepy eye. She watches your quiet preparations without the slightest intention of helping. If anything, she seems mildly disappointed that someone has interrupted such an excellent sleeping schedule. You crouch beside her. Very gently, you scratch behind one soft ear. A deep rumble begins inside her chest. Not loud, not demanding, just the quiet, contented purr of a creature who believes life is generally acceptable. She stretches luxuriously. One paw, then another, then rolls onto her back for exactly 3 seconds before deciding that such athletic effort has been entirely sufficient. You whisper softly, "You're staying here?" The cat blinks slowly. Apparently, yes, the fields can manage without feline supervision today. Outside, another faint breeze brushes against the cottage walls. You hear the gentle rustling of ivy climbing across the weathered timber. Somewhere nearby, water drips steadily from yesterday's rain. Drop, pause, drop. The sound echoes quietly into the darkness. You move toward the fireplace. Only a handful of glowing embers remain beneath the blanket of gray ash. Tiny points of orange light pulse gently Whenever a draft slips down the chimney, the fire is sleeping. Not dead, simply waiting. Keeping a fire alive throughout the night is something of an art. Too much wood, and valuable fuel disappears before morning. Too little, and the entire cottage wakes to freezing darkness. You kneel carefully. The stone floor beneath the hearth feels cold against your knees. Beside the fireplace rests a small wicker basket, filled with dry twigs gathered several afternoons ago. You smile quietly. Yesterday's work has become today's comfort. There is something satisfying about that. You choose only the smallest sticks first. Dry hazel branches, thin enough to catch quickly. You arrange them gently above the glowing embers, not throwing them carelessly, simply laying them down one by one, almost like tucking tiny branches into bed. Then comes a little handful of dried straw, golden, light, soft enough that even the smallest spark might wake it. You lean closer. Carefully, very carefully, you blow across the sleeping embers. A gentle breath. Nothing. Another slow breath. Still nothing. Then, a tiny thread of pale smoke curls upward, almost invisible. You wait. Patience has always been one of fire's favorite requirements. Another careful breath. Suddenly, a faint orange glow spreads beneath the straw. Not dramatic, not explosive, just enough. One tiny flame appears. Then another. The dry straw whispers softly as it catches. A quiet crackle fills the room. The little fire stretches itself awake, like someone rising slowly after a peaceful night's sleep. You cannot help smiling. Every successful fire feels like a tiny victory, especially before sunrise. Soon the hazel twigs begin snapping gently. Their small flames dance together. Orange, gold, hints of blue near the base. The warmth reaches your hands first, then your face. The cottage immediately feels less lonely. Fire has a remarkable way of making empty rooms feel inhabited. The cat notices as well. Without opening her eyes completely, she inches slightly closer to the growing warmth. An excellent decision. You would probably do exactly the same. The scent of burning oak fills the room. Rich, earthy, comforting. Wood smoke slips lazily upward through the chimney, carrying with it the promise of another peaceful morning. Outside, the sky changes almost imperceptibly. Black becomes deep navy. Navy slowly softens into dark blue. Along the far eastern horizon, a faint silver line appears, barely noticeable unless you're looking for it. The night is quietly stepping aside, not because anyone ordered it to, simply because morning always arrives. Without fail, without hurry, the stars begin disappearing one by one. Not all at once. The brightest linger stubbornly above the fields. The smaller ones quietly fade into growing light. Somewhere in the distance, a single rooster finally remembers his responsibilities. He lets out one confident crow. Silence follows. Perhaps he believes one announcement is entirely sufficient. A few moments later, another rooster answers from farther away. Then another. Soon the sleepy countryside begins holding conversations entirely between chickens. You listen for a moment. There is something strangely reassuring about it. Not because the songs are beautiful. Roosters have never been famous singers, but because they remind you that another ordinary day has arrived. No fanfare, no celebration. Simply another sunrise waiting patiently beyond the hills. You stand beside the growing fire, hands extended toward the gentle warmth. The flames flicker softly across the rough wooden walls, painting quiet shadows that sway almost like dancers. For now, the cottage remains yours alone. No visitors, no hurried footsteps, only the crackling fire, the sleeping cat, and the peaceful promise of everything still to come. The quiet life before sunrise continues. The fire grows stronger with each passing moment. Not quickly, never quickly. A medieval fire has no interest in impressing anyone. It simply does its work, one small flame at a time. The gentle crackling fills the cottage with a sound that somehow feels older than memory itself. You stand quietly, warming your hands, watching tiny sparks rise and disappear into the chimney above. Every now and then, one stubborn spark hesitates for just a heartbeat before joining the others. Even sparks, it seems, are reluctant to leave a warm home. The first real warmth begins to spread across the room. It reaches the wooden table, the clay pots hanging from the wall, the bunches of garlic and onions suspended from the ceiling beams. Everything looks slightly different in the growing light, not brighter, simply more awake. The little cottage is beginning its own morning. You reach for the iron poker resting beside the hearth. Its handle feels cold despite standing only inches from the fire. Carefully, you nudge one glowing log farther toward the center. The flames immediately respond. They climb eagerly across the dry wood, dancing with quiet enthusiasm. The room rewards you with another wave of gentle warmth. Outside, the breeze changes direction. It slips beneath the cottage door with just enough strength to make the tiny flame lean sideways for a moment. The fire doesn't complain. It simply bends, then stands tall once again. Perhaps there is another lesson hidden there. Some things survive not because they refuse to move, but because they know when to bend. You glance toward the small wooden shelf above the fireplace. 3 simple clay mugs sit neatly beside a rough ceramic bowl. Nothing about them is expensive. Nothing matches perfectly. One mug has a tiny chip near its rim. Another leans ever so slightly because its base isn't perfectly flat. Yet each one has survived years of careful use. Imperfection has never prevented usefulness. You lift the smallest clay kettle from its hook. It feels surprisingly light, nearly empty. Just enough water remains inside to prepare a small cup of warm herbal tea. Later, you'll need another visit to the village well. But not yet. The morning still belongs to quiet moments. You pour the remaining water into a blackened iron pot and rest it gently above the growing fire. The metal begins warming almost immediately. Soon, tiny bubbles cling to its bottom, not boiling, just thinking about it. Beside the shelf hangs a small linen pouch tied with faded blue thread. You untie it carefully. Inside waits a mixture of dried herbs gathered during last summer. Chamomile, mint, a little lavender, perhaps 1 or 2 leaves whose identity has become something of a mystery. Medieval herbalists often knew exactly what they were doing. Occasionally, they were simply optimistic. You smile quietly. Today, optimism smells wonderfully pleasant. You sprinkle a small handful into the warming water. Almost instantly, a delicate fragrance fills the room. Sweet chamomile, cool mint, the faint floral scent of lavender. The little cottage suddenly feels less like a house and more like a peaceful sanctuary tucked quietly beneath the stars. The cat notices. She lifts her head, sniffs the air, apparently deciding that tea is significantly less interesting than breakfast. She yawns, a magnificent yawn, the sort that begins somewhere near her whiskers and continues all the way to the tip of her tail. Then she settles back into her warm corner. Breakfast can wait. Sleeping cannot. You envy her priorities just a little. Outside the tiny window, the eastern sky continues its slow transformation. The silver line you noticed earlier has grown wider now. Hints of pale violet begin spreading above it, then soft pink. Not bright enough to call sunrise, only enough to whisper that dawn is quietly approaching. A single star still shines above the western hills. One lonely point of light, refusing surrender. You watch it for several moments. Eventually, even it fades into the brightening sky. The last guardian of the night quietly steps aside. The kettle begins humming softly. Not the sharp whistle of a modern kitchen, just a low, comforting murmur, almost like someone quietly humming an old song they have known their entire life. You lift the pot carefully from the fire using a folded cloth. Steam curls upward in graceful ribbons. You pour the fragrant tea into one of the clay mugs. Its rough surface warms your hands immediately. The first sip is almost too hot. You wait. Patience improves tea just as surely as it improves bread, gardens, and friendships. When you try again, the warmth spreads gently through you. Simple, earthy, comforting. No sugar, very little sweetness. Yet somehow, exactly what this quiet morning needs. You carry the mug toward the little window. The wooden shutters remain closed. You unlatch them slowly. The iron hinge gives a soft squeak. Not loud, just enough to announce another day. Cool morning air slips into the cottage. Fresh, Clean, carrying the scent of damp grass, wildflowers, and distant pine trees. You rest your elbows upon the worn wooden windowsill. Beyond the cottage, the village still sleeps. Thin wisps of mist drift lazily above the nearby meadow. The rooftops remain dark silhouettes against the softening sky. No smoke rises from the chimneys yet. Most fireplaces are still sleeping, just as yours had only a few minutes ago. Far beyond the cottages, rolling fields disappear beneath a blanket of pale morning fog. It moves so gently that it almost seems alive, not hiding the countryside, simply tucking it beneath one final blanket before the sun arrives. A pair of swallows dart silently overhead. They fly with astonishing speed, turning, diving, climbing, without making the slightest mistake. You wonder how many thousands of mornings their ancestors have greeted from these very skies, long before castles, long before kings, long before anyone thought to write history down. Some things never really change. Birds still greet the dawn. The wind still stirs the grass. Morning still arrives one quiet moment at a time. You take another slow sip of tea. The warmth settles comfortably inside you. Outside, the first true songbird begins to sing. Not loudly, not proudly like the rooster. Its melody is soft, curious, almost as though it is gently testing the morning before inviting the rest of the birds to join. Within moments, another answers, then another. Soon the silence fills with delicate music. No conductor leads them. No audience applauds. The little bird continues its gentle song outside your window. Its melody rises and falls with the morning breeze, never hurried, never demanding to be heard. Soon another joins from somewhere farther down the lane, followed by a third hidden among the branches of the great oak overlooking the village. Within minutes, the countryside has quietly assembled its own orchestra, not one rehearsed by musicians, but one perfected over countless spring mornings. You stand silently, your hands wrapped around the warm clay mug, listening as one sound gently blends into another. The rustling leaves, the distant crow of another rooster, the soft crackling of your fireplace behind you, the sleepy chirping of sparrows beneath the cottage roof. It is impossible to tell where one sound ends and the next begins. They simply exist together. Perhaps that is one reason the medieval countryside feels so peaceful. Nothing competes. Everything belongs. You breathe deeply once more. The cool air entering through the open window carries the faint scent of wet earth from yesterday's rain. Somewhere nearby, wild garlic grows beneath the hedgerows. Its sharp fragrance drifts through the breeze before fading again beneath the sweeter smell of blooming hawthorn. You imagine that if someone were to bottle the scent of this morning, it would smell exactly like quiet. The tea is cool enough now that each sip feels gentle rather than hot. You drink slowly. There is no reason to finish quickly. In a world without clocks hanging upon every wall, few people think about minutes. Instead, they think about light, the first glow of dawn, the warmth of midday, the lengthening shadows of evening. Time is measured by the sky itself. Perhaps people sleep better when the heavens keep the schedule instead of a ticking machine. Your eyes wander toward the wooden table once more. Resting there is yesterday's loaf of barley bread, wrapped carefully inside a linen cloth to keep it from drying too quickly. You lift one corner of the fabric. The bread is no longer warm, of course, but it remains firm and wonderfully fragrant. A small knife lies beside it. Its wooden handle has grown smooth from years of use. Every meal begins with this simple tool. Every loaf is shared by careful hands. Waste is a stranger here. Nothing leaves the table unless it has served its purpose completely. You cut yourself a modest slice. The crust gives a satisfying little crack beneath the blade. Tiny crumbs scatter across the table. Almost immediately, a tiny gray mouse peeks from behind one of the storage chests. Its whiskers twitch hopefully. Apparently word has spread that breakfast has begun. The little creature remains frozen, watching, waiting, perhaps hoping that generosity might accidentally drop a crumb onto the floor. You smile despite yourself. You're early. The mouse offers no reply, only another twitch of its nose. You deliberately brush one tiny crumb onto the packed earth floor. The mouse wastes no time. It dashes forward with astonishing bravery, grabs its prize, and disappears beneath the chest before you can even blink. Breakfast, it seems, has become a successful expedition. The cat opens one eye. She has clearly noticed the mouse as well. She watches a corner where it vanished, then slowly closes her eye again. Apparently, today is a holiday. Even hunters deserve a morning off. You cannot help laughing quietly. The sound feels strangely loud inside the peaceful cottage. You quickly return to silence. Outside, the eastern horizon continues brightening. The deep blue of night slowly melts into pale lavender. Thin ribbons of pink stretch above the distant hills. Clouds, barely visible until now, begin catching the first delicate hints of color. Their edges glow softly like brushed silver. The sun itself remains hidden, but its arrival is no longer a mystery. A faint mist still lingers across the fields beyond the village. It curls around wooden fences and low stone walls as though reluctant to leave. The sheep grazing in the distance appear only as pale shapes drifting through the fog. For a moment, the countryside almost looks like a dream. You rest the empty mug upon the windowsill. Its warmth has nearly disappeared. The fire, however, continues growing stronger. Thicker oak logs now burn with slow confidence, sending steady warmth throughout the cottage. The flames no longer need your attention. They have learned exactly what to do. You glance upward toward the black iron pot hanging beside the chimney. Soon it will be time to prepare the morning porridge. Nothing elaborate, just oats, a little barley, and fresh water from the well later in the morning. Simple food, honest food, the kind of meal that quietly carries a person through an entire day in the fields. A gentle breeze slips through the doorway once more. This time it carries another familiar sound. Footsteps, very faint, somewhere beyond your little garden. You step outside. The morning air greets you immediately, cool against your cheeks, fresh beneath your lungs. Tiny drops of dew still sparkle upon every blade of grass surrounding the cottage. The world seems to shimmer beneath the growing dawn. Your small vegetable garden rests peacefully beside the fence. Rows of onions stand quietly beside young cabbages. Parsley and thyme release their fragrance whenever the breeze brushes past. A spider has spent the entire night weaving an intricate web between two bean poles. Now, covered in hundreds of tiny droplets of dew, it glitters like a necklace of diamonds. The spider itself waits patiently in the center. Motionless, confident, it has worked through the darkness while the village slept. Now morning will decide whether the effort was worthwhile. A blackbird lands upon the wooden fence, only a few feet away. It tilts its head toward you, studies you for a long moment, then resumes, singing without the slightest concern for your presence. You feel oddly honored, as though you've been accepted into the audience. The eastern sky grows brighter still. The first golden light begins touching the highest branches of the distant oak trees. Not the ground. Not yet, only the very tops. Morning always visits the treetops first. The village itself remains wonderfully quiet. Smoke has not yet begun rising from most chimneys. Doors remain closed. Window shutters still cover sleepy cottages. Soon enough, the entire village will awaken. But for these few precious moments, it feels as though you're the only soul awake in all of medieval England. And somehow, that makes the silence even more beautiful. A gentle hush settles over the village. It is the kind of silence that exists only for a few brief moments each morning. Not because the world has stopped, but because it has not quite begun. You rest your hands lightly upon the weathered wooden gate, surrounding your little garden, though it feels cool beneath your fingertips, still carrying the night's chill. Tiny drops of dew have gathered along its rough surface, sparkling faintly in the growing light. The fields beyond remain wrapped in a blanket of pale mist. It drifts slowly across the countryside, flowing around hedgerows and stone walls, as gently as water around smooth river rocks. Nothing disturbs it. Not yet. Somewhere across the meadow, a cow lets out a slow, thoughtful moo. It echoes lazily through the valley. Another answers from farther away. You smile. Even livestock, it seems, enjoy greeting the morning before breakfast. The first rays of sunlight finally appear above the distant hills. Not suddenly, not dramatically. The sun rises with remarkable patience. A thin ribbon of golden light stretches across the horizon, touching the highest branches of the oak trees before slowly spilling downward across the countryside. Every blade of grass catches the light. Every droplet of dew becomes a tiny jewel. The meadow transforms into an endless sea of glittering silver. For one breathtaking moment, it seems as though the earth itself has awakened, wearing a blanket of stars. A cool breeze brushes softly against your face. It carries the scent of damp moss from the nearby woodland, fresh hay from yesterday's harvest, wildflowers blooming along forgotten footpaths. And somewhere, someone has already begun baking bread. The warm aroma floats gently across the village. It is impossible not to notice. Fresh bread has a remarkable talent for announcing itself. You inhale deeply. The smell stirs a quiet sense of anticipation. Not hunger exactly. Something gentler. The simple comfort of knowing another ordinary day has begun. Above your head, a flock of swallows circles effortlessly through the brightening sky. They twist and dive with astonishing grace. One bird changes direction so quickly that it almost seems impossible. You wonder how such tiny creatures can travel hundreds of miles every year and still find the same little village. Perhaps they know something about home that people sometimes forget. A soft squeak draws your attention toward the neighboring cottage. Its wooden door slowly opens. Old Margaret steps outside, carrying a small wicker basket over one arm. She pauses on her doorstep, stretching carefully before looking toward the eastern sky. She notices you standing beside your garden. A warm smile appears immediately. You're awake before the sun again. You laugh quietly. I believe the sun enjoys making me wait. She nods thoughtfully. It has always been rather proud. You both chuckle softly. The conversation ends there. No awkward silence follows. In the village, words are used carefully. There is no need to fill every moment with conversation. Sometimes sharing the same sunrise is enough. Margaret walks slowly toward her herb garden. She bends carefully beside a patch of rosemary, brushing her fingers lightly across the fragrant leaves. Even from where you stand, the scent reaches you whenever the breeze changes direction. Her movements are unhurried, measured. She has gathered herbs nearly every morning for decades. Her hands no longer need instructions. They simply remember. Across the lane, another cottage begins to stir. A young father quietly pushes open the shutters. A sleepy little boy appears beside him, rubbing both eyes with tiny fists. The child yawns so widely that you briefly wonder whether he might swallow the sunrise itself. His father laughs, still tired. The little boy nods very seriously. I was dreaming. What about? The child thinks carefully. I don't remember. His father smiles. Then it must have been a good one. The boy seems satisfied with that answer. Some dreams, after all, are meant to remain mysteries. A small brown dog trots happily across the lane, carrying a stick nearly as long as its own body. Nobody throws it. Nobody asks the dog to fetch it. The stick simply appears to belong wherever the dog happens to be. You admire that level of confidence. The dog pauses beside a puddle left by yesterday's rain. It examines its own reflection for several thoughtful seconds. Apparently deciding everything looks perfectly acceptable, it continues on its important journey. The stick remains firmly in its mouth. Mission still unknown. The village stands quietly near the center of the square. Its stone walls glow softly beneath the first true sunlight. Soon villagers will gather there with wooden buckets and clay jugs. Stories will be exchanged. News will travel from one family to another. Small jokes will drift through the morning air. But not yet. For now, the well waits patiently. Like an old friend who never minds arriving early. Church bells remain silent. The blacksmith's forge has not yet begun to ring with the sound of hammers striking iron. Even the chickens seem strangely polite this morning. Only a few wander lazily through the lanes, scratching at the earth with quiet determination. One plump hen discovers something fascinating near the edge of the road. She investigates with complete seriousness. After several determined pecks, she proudly walks away. Whether she found breakfast or merely convinced herself she had, only the hen truly knows. You step slowly beyond your garden gate and begin walking toward a narrow dirt path leading to the heart of the village. Your boots leave faint impressions in the damp earth. The ground feels soft after the night's cool air. Wild daisies bloom beside the path, their white petals opening wider with every passing minute. Tiny bees have already begun their morning work. They move patiently from flower to flower, never appearing hurried despite the enormous task before them. Perhaps they understand another quiet truth of the countryside. One flower at a time is enough. One small task completed with care eventually becomes an entire day well lived. You slow your pace even further. There is no destination demanding your arrival, no clock waiting to judge your progress. Only another peaceful morning, unfolding exactly as it always has, exactly as it always will. And with every gentle step through the waking village, you feel yourself becoming part of its quiet rhythm. The narrow village path bends gently between the cottages, inviting you forward without the slightest sense of urgency. Each home you pass seems to awaken in its own quiet way. Some remain completely still, their shutters close against the cool morning air. Others show the first small signs of life. A wooden door creaks open. A window swings outward. Someone quietly shakes a wool blanket before hanging it across a fence to catch the fresh breeze. Nothing happens quickly. It never needs to. A medieval morning unfolds like the opening pages of a well-loved book, one page at a time. You continue walking, your boots brushing softly against the damp earth. The dew has not yet disappeared from the edges of the lane. Tiny droplets cling to every blade of grass, catching the growing sunlight until the entire path seems dusted with countless little crystals. You pause beside a low stone wall covered in soft green moss. The stones are uneven. Some have settled slightly over the years. Others lean just enough to suggest that gravity has been patiently negotiating with them for generations. Yet the wall still stands. Perhaps perfection has never been necessary. A cheerful chirping sound draws your attention downward. Several sparrows have gathered near the wall, hopping energetically from stone to stone. One discovers what appears to be a tiny seed. Immediately the others become very interested. The fortunate sparrow grabs its prize and flies away before negotiations can begin. The remaining birds stare after it for a brief moment, then continue searching as though nothing unusual has happened. Life moves on remarkably quickly when you're a sparrow. Ahead, thin ribbons of pale smoke finally begin rising from the first cottage chimneys. One, then another, then three more. Soon gentle columns of gray drift peacefully upward into the brightening sky. Breakfast fires are being lit throughout the village. You imagine families kneeling before their hearths, just as you did only a short while ago, adding small twigs, glowing gently upon sleeping embers, watching tiny flames stretch themselves awake. Across the lane, an elderly man slowly sweeps the ground outside his cottage with a handmade birch broom. His movements are steady and unhurried. The broom whispers softly across the earth, back and forth, back and forth. He notices you approaching and pauses with a friendly smile. Beautiful morning. It truly is. He glances toward the sky. I don't think we'll see rain today. You look upward. The clouds are few and scattered. Soft white islands floating across an endless blue sea. I believe you're right. The old man nods once, satisfied with the weather's apparent decision. Good. My onions have waited long enough for sunshine. With that, he returns to his sweeping. The conversation lasts no more than a few moments. Yet somehow, it feels complete. Not every conversation needs to solve the world's problems. Sometimes discussing onions and sunshine is entirely enough. Farther along the lane, you hear another familiar sound. The rhythmic turning of a spinning wheel. Round and round and round again. Outside a nearby cottage sits a grandmother wrapped in a thick wool shawl despite the growing warmth of the morning. Her silver hair is tucked neatly beneath a linen cap. Her hands move with remarkable confidence. One guides the soft wool. The other gently turns the wheel. She hardly looks at her work. Years of practice have taught her fingers exactly where to go. You slow your pace, careful not to interrupt her quiet concentration. After a few moments, she glances up. Morning. Good morning. She smiles kindly. The birds woke you early too. You laugh softly. I believe they were determined. She chuckles. They usually are. The wheel continues turning. Its gentle humming blends perfectly with the morning breeze. You notice a small basket beside her chair filled with freshly washed wool waiting to become thread. The basket itself has been mended several times. Small willow strips weave carefully around older repairs. Nothing has been thrown away simply because it became worn. Everything earns another chance, and often another after that. A little farther ahead, the lane widens into a small grassy common, where several ducks wander happily through shallow puddles left by yesterday's rain. One duck dips its head beneath the water. Another shakes its feathers so enthusiastically that tiny droplets scatter in every direction. A third seems to have discovered absolutely nothing at all, yet examines that nothing with complete dedication. You smile. Curiosity comes in many forms. A little girl, no older than 6, watches the ducks from a respectful distance while clutching a small rag doll. The doll's yarn hair has begun coming loose on one side. One tiny button sits slightly higher than the other. Yet to the little girl, it is clearly the finest doll in all the kingdom. She notices you watching. My duck likes puddles. You glance toward the nearest duck. It certainly seems that way. She nods confidently. I think puddles make them happy. You consider the idea. It might make me happy too. The little girl giggles before skipping back toward her cottage, her doll bouncing gently with every step. Children possess a remarkable gift. They can make the simplest observation sound wonderfully important. You continue your slow walk beneath the brightening sky. The sun has now risen completely above the eastern hills. Its warm light reaches every rooftop in the village. Golden rays spill across thatched roofs, stone walls, and tiny cottage gardens overflowing with herbs and spring flowers. The morning mist begins retreating across the fields. Slowly, gracefully, almost reluctantly, as though it, too, wishes it could remain a little longer. The village is no longer asleep, but neither is it busy. It exists in that beautiful moment between waking and working, where conversations begin gently, where fires crackle behind cottage walls, where bread bakes quietly in warm ovens, where every ordinary soul prepares for another ordinary day. And somehow, those ordinary mornings are more beautiful than the grandest celebrations history would ever remember. The quiet life before sunrise has gently given way to the quiet life after dawn, and your peaceful journey has only just begun. A narrow stream winds its way along the edge of the village, no wider than a country lane, and so clear that every smooth pebble resting on its bed can be counted from the little wooden footbridge above it. Without thinking, your steps carry you there. The bridge is old, older than you, perhaps older than your parents. Its oak planks have been polished by thousands of boots crossing from one season into the next. Farmers, children, traveling merchants, shepherds returning home beneath evening skies. Every footstep has left something behind. Not a mark that can be seen, but a quiet memory hidden deep inside the wood. You pause in the middle of the bridge. The stream below hardly seems to move. It slips gently around rounded stones, making only the faintest whisper as it continues toward distant fields. Tiny fish dart beneath the surface, flashing silver whenever the sunlight reaches them. They move together as though following music only they can hear. For a while, you simply watch them. There's no reason not to. The water has nowhere urgent to be. Neither do you. A dragonfly glides across the stream. Its delicate wings shimmer blue and green beneath the morning sun. For one impossible moment, it appears almost suspended in the air. Then it darts away with astonishing speed, disappearing among the reeds. Nature is full of tiny miracles. Most of them happen so quietly that only patient eyes ever notice. The breeze grows slightly warmer now. The chill of night has almost disappeared from the countryside. You loosen your shoulders and take another slow breath. Every breath smells different. Fresh grass, running water, young willow leaves, a hint of smoke drifting from distant chimneys, and somewhere nearby, apple blossoms, sweet enough to remind you that spring has finally sailed across the valley. Just beyond the bridge stands a large willow tree whose branches sweep gracefully toward the water. Long green ribbons sway gently above the stream, occasionally brushing its surface. The reflection dances whenever the breeze passes through. You walk beneath its shade. The sunlight filters through countless tiny leaves, painting moving patterns across the ground. One moment your boots stand in golden light. The next, cool green shadow. Then sunlight once again. It feels almost like walking through a dream. A weathered wooden bench rests beneath the willow. Someone built it many years ago using thick oak boards and sturdy pegs instead of iron nails. Time has softened every sharp edge. Moss grows quietly along one leg. The seat leans ever so slightly to one side. Not enough to cause concern. Only enough to suggest that it has listened patiently to many conversations over the years. You decide to sit. The bench welcomes you with a gentle creak. Not a complaint, more like a familiar greeting. You rest your hands upon your knees. The stream continues murmuring beside you. Somewhere overhead, leaves rustle softly against one another. The sound is almost impossible to separate from the flowing water. Together they become one long, peaceful breath. Across the meadow, two horses graze lazily behind a simple wooden fence. Their tails flick now and then, chasing away persistent flies. One lifts its head, looks toward the village, then returns immediately to the far more important business of eating fresh grass. It seems like a sensible decision. Not every moment requires curiosity. Sometimes breakfast deserves your full attention. A pair of white butterflies drifts slowly through the air between the wildflowers. They never appear hurried. Their flight seems almost accidental. One gentle movement followed by another, as though they are allowing the morning breeze to decide their direction. You find yourself wondering how many mornings exactly like this have passed beneath this willow tree. Hundreds? Thousands? Long before your little cottage was built, this stream was already flowing. These birds were already singing. The willow was already stretching toward the water. People come and go. The countryside simply continues. There is something wonderfully comforting about that thought. History often celebrates castles, battles, and kings. Yet mornings like this have quietly existed beside all of them, while armies marched across distant lands. Someone sat beneath this very tree, listening to the stream, while crowns changed hands. Someone paused to watch butterflies crossing the meadow, while great decisions shaped kingdoms. Ordinary people continued greeting the sunrise one peaceful morning at a time. Perhaps those quiet moments mattered just as much. You close your eyes, only for a heartbeat. The warmth of the sun touches your face. The breeze brushes gently through your hair. Birdsong surrounds you from every direction. A robin, a blackbird, the cheerful chatter of sparrows hidden somewhere within the hedge. Even the distant tapping of a woodpecker reaches your ears from the woodland beyond the fields. Each sound arrives gently. None demands your attention. They simply become part of the morning. When you open your eyes again, sunlight sparkles across the stream like scattered pieces of polished glass. The village behind you is waking a little more with every passing minute. Voices drift faintly across the fields now. A wagon will roll somewhere in the distance. A dog barks once, then decides that one bark was entirely sufficient. The peaceful silence of dawn has slowly transformed into the gentle rhythm of an ordinary medieval morning. And somehow, it feels every bit as comforting. You rise from the old bench, not because you must, only because another quiet corner of the village is waiting to be discovered. With slow, steady steps, you leave the willow tree behind, following the narrow footpath as it curves toward the ancient stone well, where the first villagers of the morning are beginning to gather. The narrow footpath gently curves away from the stream, winding between low stone walls covered in patches of emerald moss. The earth beneath your boots is still soft from yesterday's rain, and every step leaves behind a faint impression that will likely disappear before the afternoon sun reaches its highest point. Ahead, the heart of the village slowly comes into view. There are no grand buildings here, no towering castles, no magnificent cathedrals stretching toward the heavens, only modest cottages with thick thatched roofs, timber frames darkened by decades of weather, and gardens overflow with herbs that have quietly served generations of families. At the center of it all stands a village well. Simple, solid, reliable. Its circular wall is built from pale limestone, each block carefully fitted by hands that are long forgotten. The smooth edge has been polished by countless palms resting upon it while drawing water. Perhaps thousands of mornings have begun here, perhaps tens of thousands. You slow your pace as you approach. The well is never merely a place to collect water. It is where the village begins speaking to itself. Already, 3 villagers have arrived. Thomas, the miller's son, carefully lowers a wooden bucket into the darkness below. His broad shoulders move with practiced ease as the thick hemp rope slips steadily through his hands. The bucket falls. Then, a distant splash echoes upward. A few moments later, he begins pulling. The rope groans softly. Water is surprisingly heavy, especially before breakfast. Beside him waits Eleanor, balancing 2 empty oak buckets suspended from a smooth wooden yoke resting across her shoulders. She notices you approaching. Good morning. Her voice is quiet, almost as gentle as the morning breeze itself. And a peaceful morning to you. She smiles. It certainly is. No one rushes to continue the conversation. Silence settles comfortably between you. In this village, silence is never awkward. It simply gives everyone time to appreciate the birds. Thomas finally lifts the full bucket over the stone edge. Crystal clear water glitters beneath the sunlight. Tiny ripples dance across its surface. Without wasting a single drop, he carefully pours the water into Eleanor's bucket. The sound is wonderfully satisfying. Fresh water has a music entirely its own. Another villager arrives, pushing a small wooden handcart. Old Walter. His beard has turned almost completely white now, though his bright blue eyes remain as lively as ever. He leans slightly upon the cart before catching his breath. Morning. Morning, Walter. I believe my knees woke before I did today. A quiet laugh circles around the well. Walter chuckles too. They become rather independent these past few years. Thomas grins. They're simply eager to begin the day. Walter nods thoughtfully. I wish the rest of me shared their enthusiasm. Even Eleanor laughs softly at that. It isn't a loud laugh. No one here laughs loudly before sunrise. The morning deserves gentleness. Walter lowers his own bucket. The rope creaks. The pulley above the well sings its familiar wooden song. Creak. Pause. Creak. The sound is echoed across this square every morning for longer than anyone alive can remember. It has become part of the village itself. You step closer to the stone wall. The limestone feels cool beneath your fingertips. Tiny grooves carved by years of use run along the top. Some are so smooth, they almost shine. You lean forward just enough to peer into the darkness below. Far beneath, sunlight reflects upon the water like a tiny silver star. The well seems impossibly deep. Cool air rises within, carrying the fresh scent of underground springs. Even on the hottest summer day, the water remains wonderfully cold. You take hold of the spare bucket, waiting nearby. Its wooden handle is polished smooth by hundreds of hands. The rope feels rough against your palms. Slowly, you lower it into the darkness. The bucket bumps gently against the stone walls as it descends. Lower, lower still. Then, splash. You smile. Some sounds never lose their charm. You begin pulling. The weight surprises you for only a moment. Soon your muscles remember the familiar rhythm. Hand over hand. Steady. Patient. The bucket rises inch by inch until sunlight catches its dripping rim. Water spills back into the well in sparkling streams. Tiny droplets splash against the old limestone. A few land upon your sleeves. Cool enough to make you blink. Thomas notices. Cold. Very. He nods knowingly. It always is. You fill your own wooden pail carefully. The water is so clear that the bottom seems almost invisible. It reflects the blue sky above as though holding a tiny piece of morning inside it. Nearby, 2 young brothers arrive carrying buckets much too large for them. One struggles almost immediately. The bucket tilts sideways. A small splash wets one boot. His older brother laughs. You've washed your foot. I meant to. Of course you did. The younger boy smiles sheepishly. Together they manage to steady the bucket. Teamwork, it seems, has always been one of humanity's oldest inventions. A cheerful robin lands upon the stone rim of the well. It watches everyone with bright, curious eyes. No one disturbs it. Perhaps it has come for a drink. Or perhaps it simply enjoys the morning company. Either way, it belongs here just as much as anyone else. The square slowly becomes livelier. Not noisy. Never noisy. Just gently alive. Doors open. Greetings drift through the cool air. Someone carries fresh milk toward the baker. Another leads a sleepy donkey loaded with empty grain sacks. A pair of elderly women pause beside the well to admire the weather before discussing whether this year's beans appear stronger than last year's. One insists they do. The other remains politely unconvinced. Neither seems particularly concerned about winning the argument. Some discussions exist purely for the pleasure of having them. You lift your fill bucket. Its weight pulls gently against your arm. Not uncomfortable. Simply honest. Water has always reminded people that even the simplest necessities require effort. Perhaps that is why it tastes so refreshing. The sunlight has grown noticeably warmer now. Golden light spills across the stone square, climbing slowly up the walls of every cottage. The shadows that stretched so long across the village only an hour ago have begun shrinking. Morning is no longer arriving. Morning has arrived. You take one last look at the peaceful gathering around the old well. The bucket feels pleasantly heavy in your hand. Each careful step home sends the water into gentle motion. Tiny ripples catching the morning sunlight like scattered pieces of silver. You walk slowly, not only because spilling fresh water would mean another journey to the well, but because there is simply no reason to hurry. The village is now fully awakened, not with noise, with life. The baker's chimney releases a steady ribbon of white smoke into the clear blue sky. Somewhere nearby, a wooden cart rolls over uneven ground with familiar rumble. A rooster, apparently convinced that one announcement was not enough, proudly crows again. You suspect he believed the entire village depends upon his remarkable sense of punctuality. Fortunately, the villagers seem willing to let him believe it. As you continue along the narrow lane, the smell of freshly baked bread grows stronger. Warm, nutty, comforting. It drifts through the cool morning air so naturally that it almost seems to wrap itself around every passerby. You follow the scent until you reach the little bakery, standing near the corner of the square. Its wooden shutters are already open. Inside, golden loaves rest upon broad oak shelves, their crisp crust still crackling softly as they cool. Master Edwin, the village baker, is dusting flour from his apron, or perhaps he is simply redistributing it. Most bakers appear permanently decorated with flour. It becomes less of an ingredient and more of a profession. He notices you standing outside and lifts a hand in greeting. Fresh from the well, you raise your bucket slightly. As fresh as the spring itself. He nods with approval. Good. Water deserves to be collected before the village wakes completely. You glance toward the rows of bread. And bread deserves to be baked before anyone remembers they're hungry. A broad smile spreads across Edwin's face. I've always believed the two should work together. He reaches for a small round loaf resting near the edge of the shelf. Its crust is beautifully browned. Steam still escapes from a tiny crack across the top. Take this. You hesitate. I haven't brought anything to trade. Edwin waves the thought away with a flour-covered hand. You repair my fence last autumn. I still owe you half a loaf. You laugh quietly. I had forgotten. I hadn't. You accept the warm loaf with genuine gratitude. Its comforting heat spreads through your hands almost immediately. Fresh bread possesses an extraordinary ability to make even the simplest morning feel like a celebration. The rich aroma follows you as you leave the bakery. For a brief moment, you consider breaking off a piece immediately. Instead, you decide to wait until reaching home. Some pleasures become even sweeter when shared with a quiet fire. The path leading back to your cottage winds gently between vegetable gardens now glowing beneath the morning sun. Bright green cabbage leaves sparkle with the last remaining drops of dew. Rows of onions stand proudly beside patches of broad beans. A scarecrow watches silently over one field. Its old straw hat leans slightly to one side, giving an expression somewhere between wise and pleasantly confused. A family of sparrows has claimed its shoulder as a convenient resting place. The scarecrow appears not to mind. Perhaps after months of standing perfectly still, one learns to appreciate the company. As you near your little cottage, the familiar wooden gate comes into view. Your herb garden has become alive with bees. They move steadily among the lavender blossoms, disappearing inside tiny purple flowers before emerging dusted with bright yellow pollen. Their quiet determination is oddly inspiring. No complaints, no hesitation, just one flower after another. The cat is waiting on the stone step outside your door. She sits with remarkable dignity, her tail wrapped neatly around her paws. The moment she sees the loaf of bread, she stands, not because she wishes to eat bread. Cats have higher culinary ambitions. She has correctly guessed that where bread appears, butter, milk, or perhaps a forgotten morsel of cheese may not be far behind. You bend to scratch beneath her chin. "Good morning." She responds with a deep purr that seems to vibrate through the wooden porch beneath her feet. Clearly, she approves of your return. You push open the cottage door with your shoulder. Warmth greets you immediately. The fire you left behind has matured into a bed of glowing coals crowned by steady flames. The room smells wonderfully familiar. Oak smoke, herbs, fresh bread, and now, cool spring water. You set the heavy bucket beside the hearth. Tiny droplets still cling to its rim. The loaf finds its place upon the worn wooden table. Sunlight now pours through the open window, illuminating floating specks of dust that drift lazily through the warm air like tiny golden stars. The cottage no longer feels sleepy. It feels alive. You reach for the small iron pot hanging beside the fireplace. Into it goes a handful of oats, then a little barley. Finally, fresh water from the well. The mixture settles quietly over the flames. Soon gentle bubbles begin rising to the surface. Not hurried, never hurried. Breakfast, like nearly everything else in this village, understands the value of patience. As the porridge slowly thickens, you slice the fresh loaf. The knife glides effortlessly through its soft interior. Steam escapes with every cut. The crisp crust gives way to a tender center filled with a sweet, earthy scent of freshly milled grain. You spread a thin layer of creamy butter across one slice. It melts almost instantly, disappearing into the warm bread. The cat watches every movement with complete concentration. She has somehow convinced herself that butter is an appropriate breakfast for everyone, including cats. You smile. "I'm afraid this one's mine." She blinks once, a look that somehow communicates complete disagreement. Outside, the village hums softly with the steady rhythm of a new day. Inside, the fire crackles gently. The porridge simmers. The bread cools. And for a few precious moments before the day's work truly begins, the little cottage becomes the warmest, quietest place in the entire world. The quiet life before sunrise has gently become the quiet comfort of an ordinary medieval morning. You carry your wooden bowl to the small table beside the window, where the morning light now pours across the worn oak surface. The sunlight reveals every scratch and groove carved into the wood over countless years. Some marks were left by careful hands slicing bread, others by children learning to carve with pocket knives while their parents pretended not to notice. Every line tells a quiet story. You set the bowl down gently. The porridge is simple. Thick oats, a little barley, fresh spring water, a pinch of salt, nothing more. Yet the comforting aroma fills the cottage with surprising warmth. You tear a small piece from a fresh loaf and dip it into the porridge. The bread softens immediately, soaking up the creamy mixture before you take your first bite. It is warm, hearty, familiar, the sort of breakfast that asks for nothing except your time. Outside the open window, a gentle breeze stirs the herbs hanging from the rafters. Bundles of thyme sway softly beside dried mint and lavender gathered during last summer's harvest. Their delicate fragrance drifts through the room whenever the wind remembers to visit. The cat finally abandons any hope of claiming your breakfast. Instead, she curls herself into a bright patch of sunlight stretching across the floorboards. She circles twice, then once more for good measure. Apparently 3 turns are absolutely necessary. Only then does she settle into perfect comfort. Within moments, she is asleep again. You wonder how anyone could possibly require so much sleep. Then you remember she spent nearly 6 whole minutes supervising your breakfast. Exhausting work. The village outside grows busier with every passing minute. Voices float gently through the air, not loud enough to disturb the peace, only enough to remind you that everyone is beginning their own ordinary day. A woman calls softly to her children. Someone whistles while walking toward the fields. The steady rhythm of an axe striking with echoes faintly from somewhere beyond the cottages. Thunk, pause, thunk, measured, patient, never hurried. You finish the last spoonful of porridge and sit quietly for another few moments. There is no habit of leaping up the instant a meal is finished. Breakfast deserves a proper ending. The fire crackles steadily beside you. Its warmth is spread throughout the cottage, chasing away every trace of the night's cold. Sunlight dances across the clay mugs resting on the shelf above the hearth. One by one, tiny beams of light creep farther across the floor as the morning grows brighter. You gather your bowl and mug, carrying them toward the wooden wash basin near the doorway. A little of the fresh well water is poured into a smaller earthenware bowl. The water is icy against your fingers, cold enough to wake anyone still clinging to sleep. You scrub the wooden bowl, using a handful of coarse straw. Simple, effective, no scented soap, no polished sink, only clean water, careful hands, and a habit of leaving things ready for the next meal. Within a few minutes, everything is clean once again. The bowl returns to its place upon the shelf, the spoon beside it, the mug upside down to dry. The little routines of the morning seem almost invisible, yet together they quietly shape the entire day. A cluttered cottage rarely becomes peaceful on its own. Outside, the chickens have finally decided that breakfast should include them as well. You hear their impatient clucking long before you reach the door. One hen, in particular, possesses a remarkable confidence that every delay is a personal injustice. You smile as you lift the small sack of grain resting beside the pantry chest. The hens know this sound. The moment the sack rustles, their excitement becomes impossible to ignore. You step outside into the warm morning sunshine. Immediately, the chickens hurry toward you from every direction. Brown feathers, white feathers, speckled feathers. One particularly proud rooster leads a procession as though he personally organized the entire event. He struts with such importance that you briefly consider saluting him. Instead, you scatter a generous handful of grain across the yard. Instantly, the flock erupts into cheerful activity. Tiny feet scratch the earth. Beaks peck eagerly among the scattered kernels. Occasionally, two hens discover the same piece of grain at precisely the same moment. A short debate follows, usually lasting no more than 3 determined pecks. Then both wander away convinced they have somehow won. The rooster remains wonderfully dramatic. Every few moments, he discovers another grain, rather than quietly eating it. He announces his discovery with great enthusiasm. The nearby hens ignore him completely. Apparently, this performance has become quite routine. Beyond the chicken yard, your small goat waits patiently beside the fence. Unlike the chickens, she possesses remarkable dignity. She watches you approach with calm, thoughtful eyes, as though she has complete confidence that breakfast will arrive exactly when it should. You scratch gently between her ears before placing fresh hay into the wooden feeding trough. She immediately begins eating with quiet satisfaction. No speeches, no excitement, just breakfast. Perhaps goats have mastered contentment in ways people rarely notice. The sunlight grows warmer across the meadow. Butterflies drift lazily among patches of wildflowers surrounding the cottage. Honeybees continue their endless journey from blossom to blossom. The garden hums softly with life. You pause for a moment beside the herb bed. Tiny droplets of dew still cling to the broad leaves of sage. Mint releases its cool fragrance the moment you brush it lightly with your fingertips. A single ladybird crawls patiently along the stem of a rosemary bush, stopping now and then as though carefully inspecting each leaf before continuing its slow climb. The entire garden seems busy, yet nothing feels rushed. Everyone, from the smallest insect to the oldest oak tree, appears to understand that the day is long enough for careful work. You rest one hand upon the weathered fence and look out across the surrounding fields. The mist has almost completely disappeared now. Golden sunlight stretches over the countryside in broad, gentle waves. Farmers can already be seen in the distance, moving steadily across their fields with wooden plows and patient oxen. Thin ribbons of smoke rise peacefully above every cottage chimney. The village has fully awakened, and so, quietly, has another ordinary day in medieval England. The village bell has not yet rung. There is no strict hour demanding that every hand begin working at exactly the same moment. Instead, each family follows a rhythm learned over generations, a rhythm guided by sunlight, seasons, and quiet experience rather than the ticking of a clock. You remain standing beside the fence for a little while longer, letting your eyes wander across the countryside. Morning has fully settled over the valley now. The sunlight is no longer soft and pale. It has become rich and golden, warming the rooftops, drying the dew from the grass, and filling every corner of the village with gentle light. The air itself feels different. The cool freshness of dawn has slowly given way to the pleasant warmth of a spring morning. Not hot, just comfortable enough that your wool tunic suddenly feels a little heavier than it did an hour ago. A pair of swallows swoop low across the garden, chasing invisible insects dancing in the sunlight. Their wings slice effortlessly through the air. One bird flies so close that you hear the quiet flutter before it disappears over the cottage roof. You watch until both birds vanish beyond the neighboring orchard. There is something wonderfully reassuring about creatures that seem to know exactly where they belong. Your attention shifts toward the small woodshed beside the cottage. The stack of firewood has grown noticeably smaller since winter, still enough for many evenings, but perhaps not enough to ignore forever. A few more bundles gathered this week would be wise, not because today demands them, simply because tomorrow might. Life in the village often rewards those who prepare quietly rather than those who panic loudly. You walk toward the shed. The old wooden door complains with a familiar creak as you pull it open. Inside, the scent of seasoned oak and fresh pine fills the cool shadows. Logs are stacked neatly against one wall, each carefully split months ago before being left to dry beneath the roof. A well-prepared log burns slowly. A hurried one mostly creates smoke. Like many things in life, patience often makes the better companion. You lift a small bundle beneath one arm, not enough to strain your back, only enough to keep tonight's fire cheerful. As you turn back toward the cottage, a cheerful voice drifts across the lane. Planning for this evening already? You look up. Your neighbor, Robert, is leaning comfortably against his garden gate. He carries a wooden rake over one shoulder and wears a relaxed smile of someone who has not yet allowed the day's work to become serious. I've learned the fire rarely gathers its own wood. Robert laughs. If it ever does, be sure to tell me. I should become the laziest man in England. I suspect half the village would follow your example. You both laugh quietly. Robert steps into his garden and kneels beside a row of young pea plants. They're growing well. They certainly are. If the rabbits allow them. He sighs dramatically. I believe the rabbits have developed excellent taste. You nod thoughtfully. They always seem to know which vegetables require the most effort. Robert chuckles. I've often suspected they're gardening critics. They never eat the ordinary ones. The conversation drifts naturally into comfortable silence. Robert begins tying young vines to slender wooden stakes. His hands move slowly but confidently. There is no wasted motion, no unnecessary hurry, only years of practice. You continue carrying the firewood toward your cottage. The cat has moved again. Now she occupies a warm stone step where sunlight falls most directly. Apparently, she has decided that supervising the chickens required exactly enough effort for one morning. She barely opens one eye as you pass, then closes it again, satisfied that everything remains under control. Inside the cottage, the warmth from the hearth still lingers pleasantly. You place the fresh wood beside the fireplace, arranging each log carefully. Large pieces at the bottom, smaller branches on top, everything ready for evening. Future comfort prepared by present hands. Your grandmother often used to say, "The easiest fire to light is the one you prepared yesterday." You never understood those words as a child. Now, they seem to describe much more than firewood. Near the doorway hangs your woven basket. Its willow handle has grown smooth through years of carrying vegetables, herbs, and occasional unexpected mushroom discovered beneath the forest trees. Today, It will accompany you once again. You lift the empty basket from its hook. It feels surprisingly light, full of possibilities. Perhaps a few onions from the garden, fresh herbs for supper, maybe apples at the old orchard beyond the stream has begun offering its first small harvest. The countryside has a habit of rewarding those willing to walk slowly enough to notice what it quietly provides. You step outside once more. The village road has become livelier than before, though it remains wonderfully peaceful. Children now chase one another across the grassy common, their laughter carried gently by the breeze. An elderly shepherd leads a small flock of sheep toward the western pasture. Each sheep follows the one ahead with complete confidence. Occasionally one pauses to investigate an especially interesting patch of grass. The shepherd waits patiently. Experience has taught him that arguing with sheep rarely improves anyone's morning. A merchant's cart rolls steadily into the village from the distant road. Its wooden wheels rumble softly over the uneven ground. The old horse pulling it walks with slow determination, its ears flicking lazily at the occasional buzzing fly. The merchant raises a hand in greeting to everyone he passes. No grand announcements, no loud sales pitches. There will be time for business later. Morning still belongs to kindness. You adjust a basket on your arm and begin walking toward the narrow footpath leading beyond the last cottages. Ahead lies the quiet countryside, rolling meadows, ancient hedgerows, and a peaceful orchard waiting beneath the bright spring sky. For now, the day's work can wait just a little longer. There is still time to enjoy another gentle walk through the beautiful medieval morning. You leave the last cottage behind, and with it, the gentle murmur of the village begins to fade. Not completely, just enough that the sounds of nature slowly become the louder voice. The narrow footpath stretches ahead, like a pale ribbon woven through the countryside. On either side, tall hedgerows form living walls of hawthorn, hazel, and wild roses. Tiny white blossoms cover many of the branches, releasing a faint sweetness into the warming air. Bees drift lazily from flower to flower. A bumblebee, larger and far less graceful than its smaller companions, lands rather heavily on a blossom that bends beneath its weight. For a brief moment, the flower seems to reconsider its life choices. Fortunately, it survives. So does the bee. Everyone carries on. You smile quietly as you continue walking. The basket resting comfortably against your arm swings gently with each step. It remains empty for now, but not for long. The countryside has always been generous to those who know where to look. Morning sunlight filters through the leaves overhead, creating shifting patches of gold across the winding path. One moment you walk through brilliant sunshine, the next beneath cool shade, then sunlight again. The rhythm feels almost hypnotic. Ahead, an old stone marker rises beside the path. Its weathered surface is covered in pale green lichen. The carved letters have almost disappeared after centuries of wind and rain. No one remembers exactly who placed it here. Some believe it marked the boundary between two ancient farms. Others insist it pointed travelers toward a monastery long vanished into history. Old Walter once claimed it was simply where someone became tired of carrying a very heavy stone. No one has ever proven him wrong. You rest your hand briefly upon its rough surface. The stone is pleasantly warm where the morning sun has reached it. How many hands have touched the same place? Hundreds? Thousands? Travelers seeking directions. Children climbing upon it despite being told not to. Farmers pausing to rest aching backs. Generations have come and gone. The stone remains. It asks nothing. It simply waits. A soft rustling comes from the hedgerow. You stop, not because you're alarmed, because curiosity has quietly replaced haste. The leaves tremble once, then again. Finally, a tiny hedgehog emerges onto the path. It pauses almost immediately. Its little nose twitches rapidly as it investigates the unfamiliar morning scents. Apparently satisfied that you are neither dangerous nor particularly interesting, it waddles calmly across the footpath. Halfway across, it stops once more, perhaps reconsidering its destination, or perhaps simply enjoying the sunshine. Eventually, it disappears into the tall grass on the opposite side. The entire journey lasts less than a minute, yet somehow, it feels like a small privilege to have witnessed it. Not every traveler, notices the smallest residents of the countryside. The path gradually begins climbing a gentle hill. Nothing steep, just enough that you become aware of the slow rhythm of your breathing. At the top, you pause naturally, not because you're tired, because the view quietly asks you to stop. Below lies the entire valley. Your village nestles comfortably among green fields and scattered orchards. Thin ribbons of smoke continue rising from cottage chimneys, twisting lazily into the blue sky. Beyond the field stretches a patchwork of farmland, some freshly plowed, some bright green with young barley, others dotted with grazing sheep whose white wool gleams beneath the morning sun. Farther away still, a dark woodland forms a gentle line along the horizon, ancient, patient, watching over the valley just as it has for centuries. A light breeze brushes across the hilltop. It carries with it the scent of warm grass and blossoming apple trees. You close your eyes for a single peaceful breath. The sun warms your face. The breeze cools your skin. Birdsong drifts upward from the hedgerows below. For one perfect moment, nothing else exists. No worries, no deadlines, no hurried footsteps. Only a quiet hill overlooking an ordinary medieval morning. You open your eyes again. Near the base of the hill, an elderly shepherd slowly guides his flock toward a fresh meadow. He walks with the help of a long-ash staff polished smooth by years of use. His sheep spread across the hillside like drifting white clouds. Every now and then one decides that a particularly delicious tuft of grass deserves closer inspection. The shepherd simply waits. Patience appears to be one of his strongest skills. His old sheepdog circles the flock with calm confidence, never barking unnecessarily, never rushing, only gently encouraging the occasional adventurous sheep back toward the group. You watch them for several minutes. There is something deeply comforting about seeing work performed so quietly. No shouting, no frantic movement, just steady experience guiding an ordinary morning. Eventually, you continue down the opposite side of the hill. The orchard is not far now. Already you can see the tops of apple trees rising beyond an old wooden fence. Their branches shimmer beneath countless pale blossoms dancing gently in the breeze. The sweet fragrance reaches you long before the trees themselves. It smells like spring, like sunshine, like the promise of fruit, still waiting patiently for summer. Your empty basket swings lightly at your side. Soon, it may not be empty anymore, and somewhere beyond the flowering orchard, another peaceful chapter of this quiet medieval morning is waiting to unfold. The old orchard welcomes you long before you reach its weathered gate. A gentle breeze carries the delicate fragrance of apple blossoms across the meadow, wrapping around you with a sweetness so light that almost feels like another ray of sunshine rather than a scent. You slow your steps without thinking. Places like this deserve an unhurried arrival. The wooden fence surrounding the orchard leans slightly in several places. Time has persuaded a few of the posts to tilt, while climbing ivy has patiently claimed entire sections for itself. No one seems eager to argue with either. The gate hangs from heavy iron hinges darkened by decades of rain and winter frost. As you push it open, it gives a familiar creak, not a sharp sound, more like the quiet greeting of an old friend who has been expecting you all morning. Inside, the world immediately becomes softer. Rows of ancient apple trees stretch gently across the hillside. Their trunks are thick and beautifully twisted, shaped by countless seasons of wind, snow, and generous harvests. No two trees resemble one another. One leans gracefully toward the east. Another spreads its branches almost perfectly round. A third carries a hollow near its base large enough for a rabbit, or perhaps an adventurous child, to hide inside. Every branch is covered with blossoms, thousands upon thousands of tiny white flowers, each touched with the faintest blush of pink near its center. Whenever the breeze passes through, a handful of petals drift quietly to the ground. They fall so slowly that they almost seem reluctant to leave the branches. Soon the grass beneath your boots is sprinkled with soft white petals. It looks as though a gentle snowfall has somehow arrived in the middle of spring. You reach out and lightly touch the nearest blossom. Its petals are unbelievably delicate. For a moment, you wonder how something so fragile will eventually become a crisp autumn apple. Nature has always enjoyed quiet miracles. Above your head, The orchard is alive with birds. Blackbirds hop confidently from branch to branch. A robin pauses upon a low limb, tilting its bright red breast toward the morning sun. Somewhere higher in the leaves, a thrush sings with such effortless beauty that the entire orchard seems to pause and listen. Even the breeze grows quieter. You cannot see the bird immediately, only hear its song echoing gently among the blossoms. Eventually, you find it perched near the very top of one of the oldest trees. Small, ordinary, completely unaware that its music could make an entire morning feel more peaceful. The grass beneath the trees grows longer than it does in the village. Tiny daisies peek between broad patches of clover. Buttercups sway gently whenever bees wander past. Several butterflies drift lazily through shafts of sunlight that filter between the branches. Nothing flies in a straight line. Everything seems content to wander. You follow a narrow path winding deeper into the orchard. The earth here is soft beneath your boots, cushioned by years of fallen leaves that have quietly returned to the soil. Each step produces only the faintest whisper. You almost feel reluctant to disturb the silence. Near the center of the orchard stands an old wooden ladder resting against a particularly large apple tree. It has been there for as long as anyone can remember. Its rungs are smooth from years of careful hands climbing toward heavy autumn fruit. Today, it waits patiently beneath a canopy of blossoms. Its busiest days are still months away. Beside the ladder sits a weathered wicker basket, empty. Perhaps the orchard keeper left it here yesterday, or perhaps last week, in a place where trust is common. Forgotten things often remain exactly where they were left. A familiar voice calls gently from somewhere among the trees. Beautiful morning, isn't it? You turn. An elderly man steps slowly into view, carrying a small pair of pruning shears. His linen shirt is faded from many summers beneath the sun. A broad straw hat shades his weathered face. His beard is silver now, though his smile remains remarkably youthful. Good morning. You've come early. I enjoy seeing the orchard before everyone else. He nods with quiet approval. So do the birds. He looks upward as another shower of blossoms drifts lazily through the sunlight. They're the true owners of this place. You both watch the petals falling for several peaceful moments. They never seem to hurry, you say. They've learned something important. What is that? The old orchard keeper smiles. Trees cannot be rushed. He gently rests one hand against the rough bark of the nearest trunk. You may water them. You may care for them. You may protect them from storms, but they bloom when they are ready. He chuckles softly. People might sleep better if they remembered that. You find yourself smiling. Perhaps he is right. The orchard keeper kneels beside a young sapling no taller than his shoulder. Carefully, he brushes away a few weeds growing near its roots. His movements are slow, deliberate, almost affectionate. This one was planted by my grandson. He pats the soil gently. If we're fortunate. He looks toward the distant hills. Someone not yet born will sit beneath its shade. The thought lingers quietly in your mind. So much of life here is done for people who will never know your name. Planting trees, repairing stone walls, tending gardens, keeping wells clean. None of it seeks praise. It simply makes tomorrow a little kinder than yesterday. A soft breeze passes through the orchard once more. Thousands of blossoms sway together. For a brief moment, it sounds almost like gentle rain. You close your eyes. The warm sunlight upon your face. The sweet fragrance of apple blossoms. The distant bird song. The whisper of leaves dancing overhead. If peace had a sound, surely it would sound very much like this. And for a little while longer, the orchard asks nothing of you except to walk slowly, breathe deeply, and enjoy another ordinary morning in a world that has not yet learned to hurry. The orchard path narrows until it is little more than two faint lines pressed into grass by years of gentle footsteps. You follow it without thinking. Some paths ask you where you are going. This one simply asks you to slow down. The branches overhead weave together into a soft green canopy, allowing ribbons of sunlight to fall through the leaves in long golden columns. Dust dances within those beams. Tiny insects drift lazily through them. Every now and then a blossom loosens its hold upon a branch. floating slowly toward the earth before joining countless others resting quietly beneath the trees. The ground is almost entirely white now, not with snow, with petals, each one no larger than a fingernail, each one reminding you that beauty often lasts only a little while. Perhaps that is exactly what makes it beautiful. The farther you wander into the orchard, the quieter the world becomes. Even the village sound begin to disappear. The distant creak of wagon wheels fades. Children's laughter becomes little more than a pleasant memory carried by the breeze. Soon, only birds remain. A wood pigeon calls somewhere high among the branches. Its deep, gentle rhythm echoes across the orchard. Nearby, a family of finches flutters from tree to tree, never staying in one place for more than a few heartbeats. One tiny bird lands almost within arm's reach. It studies you carefully. Its bright black eyes seem full of endless curiosity. Then, apparently deciding you are entirely harmless, it begins pecking at the grass only a few feet away. Trust arrives quietly, especially among creatures that have never learned to hurry. The old orchard keeper continues trimming a young branch in the distance. His small pruning knife catches the sunlight every time he lifts it. Slice. Pause. Another careful cut. There is nothing hurried about his work. Every branch receives his full attention. Every tree its own conversation. You wonder how many years it takes before someone begins recognizing trees as old friends rather than simply trees. Perhaps longer than most people remain patient. A low stone wall appears beneath several ancient apple trees. Its surface is warmed by the morning sun. You decide to sit for a while. The stone holds just enough warmth to feel comfortable against your back. Above you, thousands of blossoms sway gently together. A soft breeze arrives. The branches respond almost immediately. Another shower of petals begins drifting downward. One lands gently upon your shoulder. Another catches briefly in your hair. A third settles quietly inside your empty basket. You leave them there. It somehow feels wrong to disturb them. Across the orchard, a familiar sound reaches your ears. The slow clopping of horse hooves. You glance toward the far gate. A farmer guides an old chestnut horse along the fence line. The animal pulls a small wooden cart, carrying empty baskets. The horse walks with remarkable calm. Its ears flick lazily toward the buzzing flies surrounding its neck. The farmer notices you sitting beneath the tree. He raises 2 fingers from the brim of his wool cap. Morning. Good morning. He slows the horse beside the gate. Enjoying the blossoms? They're difficult not to enjoy. He nods. They never last long enough. His eyes wander upward toward the branches. My father used to say the blossoms remind us not to waste beautiful mornings. He smiles thoughtfully. I didn't understand him until I grew older. With a gentle click of his tongue, he encourages the horse onward. The cart rolls slowly away. Its wooden wheels produce a soft rumble against the packed earth before gradually disappearing beyond the orchard. His words remain behind. Do not waste beautiful mornings. Simple advice, perhaps the kind that quietly grows wiser every passing year. A squirrel suddenly races down the trunk of the nearest tree. It pauses halfway. Its tiny paws cling effortlessly to the bark. Its tail flicks once, twice. Then, with astonishing confidence, it leaps onto a neighboring branch. Another leap follows. Then another. Within seconds, it has disappeared completely into the canopy. You wonder whether it had somewhere important to be, or whether squirrels simply enjoy making impossible jumps. Either explanation seems reasonable. The warmth of the morning has now reached the orchard floor. Butterflies have become more numerous. White ones, golden ones. A brilliant orange butterfly settles briefly upon a cluster of wild thyme growing beside the wall. Its wings open slowly beneath the sunlight, then close again. Open, close, almost like a quiet breath. Nearby, honeybees continue their endless work among the blossoms. Their gentle humming blends so perfectly with the breeze that it becomes impossible to separate one sound from the other. Nature rarely performs alone. Everything sings together. You open your basket and gently collect a few fallen apple blossoms. Not many, only enough to carry their fragrance home. The old orchard keeper notices from across the path. A pleasant idea. They'll dry beautifully above the hearth. They always do. He smiles knowingly. My wife filled the cottage with her scent every spring. His expression softened for a moment. I still do it. Neither of you speaks after that. Some memories deserve silence more than conversation. The breeze returns once again. The blossoms answer with another quiet snowfall of white petals. You rise slowly from the warm stone wall, brushing a few petals from your sleeves. The basket is no longer empty, not with fruit, not yet, but with something perhaps even more precious, the scent of spring itself. The orchard slowly begins to open before you. The ancient apple trees become fewer, their graceful branches giving way to a wide meadow shimmering beneath the late morning sun. The change is so gentle that you almost fail to notice it. One moment you are walking beneath a canopy of blossoms. The next, you find yourself standing beside an open field alive with wildflowers. The meadow stretches like a colorful quilt stitched together by nature itself. Clusters of blue cornflowers sway beside bright yellow buttercups. Purple knapweed rises proudly among delicate white daisies. Wild poppies add sudden splashes of crimson wherever they choose. No gardener arranged them. No careful hands measured perfect rows. They simply bloom where they are happiest. Perhaps beauty prefers freedom. The air hums softly, not with machines, with bees. Hundreds of them, some small and golden, others large and wonderfully clumsy. They drift from flower to flower with quiet determination, never seeming bothered by the enormous task before them. A single blossom, then another, then another. No hurry, no complaints. Just steady work beneath a generous sky. Near the center of the meadow stands a collection of woven straw beehives. Their rounded shapes resemble upside-down baskets resting upon smooth wooden platforms. Each hive has darkened slightly after years beneath rain and sunshine. Tiny bees constantly arrive and depart through narrow openings near the bottom. Some return carrying bright yellow pollen upon their legs. Others leave immediately after arriving, disappearing into the endless sea of flowers. The entire colony moves with astonishing order, yet no one appears to be giving instructions. You stop a respectful distance away. The gentle buzzing grows louder, not unpleasant, almost comforting, like the steady murmur of a peaceful village speaking quietly among itself. A man wearing a broad linen hood kneels beside one of the hives. His movements are slow enough that the bees hardly seem to notice him. He carefully lifts a small bundle of dried herbs from a clay bowl, lighting the end with a glowing ember. He creates a ribbon of pale gray smoke. The smoke curls lazily upward before drifting gently across the entrance of the hive. The bees continue their work calmly. Nothing panics. Nothing rushes. The beekeeper glances toward you and smiles. Good morning. And to you. You arrive just as the bees began their busiest hour. You watch another cloud of bees disappear into the blossoms. They seem remarkably peaceful. They usually are. He gently waves the smoking herbs once more. If I remain peaceful, you consider that for a moment. So they borrow your calm? He chuckles. Or perhaps I borrow theirs. His answer lingers pleasantly in your thoughts. The beekeeper rises slowly. His knees protest just enough to remind him of their existence. I've kept bees for nearly 40 years. He brushes a little straw from his sleeve. They've taught me more patience than any person ever could. He kneels beside another hive. You cannot demand honey. You simply care for the flowers. The bees do the rest. The wisdom seems almost too simple. Yet, somehow, the simplest wisdom often lasts the longest. Nearby, a young apprentice carefully fills shallow clay bowls with fresh water. Tiny pebbles rest inside each bowl. You notice your curious expression. The stones help the bees land safely. He smiles proudly. They can drink without falling in. You lean closer. Sure enough, several bees have already landed upon the tiny stones, carefully sipping water before returning to their endless work. Such a small kindness, so easily overlooked, yet perhaps it saves countless tiny lives each summer. The apprentice notices one exhausted bee resting upon a daisy. He waits patiently beside it. After a minute or two, the little creature stretches its wings once again and flies away. The boy smiles as though he has witnessed something extraordinary. Perhaps he has. Not every miracle announces itself loudly. A warm breeze ripples across the meadow. Thousands of wildflowers bow together. The waves of color roll across the field like water beneath sunlight. Blue becomes yellow. Yellow becomes white. Then purple. Then red. The movement is almost hypnotic. The bees continue humming their endless song. Above them, swallows dart effortlessly through the clear blue sky. Far overhead, a hawk circles slowly upon invisible currents of warm air. It hardly moves its wings at all, simply gliding, watching, waiting. The beekeeper notices your gaze. He'll find mice in the fields before noon. You sound certain. He smiles. We've greeted each other every spring for 15 years. You laugh softly. You know the hawk? I know his habits. He gently places another bundle of fragrant herbs into the smoking bowl. The countryside becomes familiar if you stay long enough. You begin walking slowly along the edge of the meadow. The grass brushes gently against your boots. Grasshoppers leap ahead with every few steps. One lands briefly upon your basket before changing its mind and vanishing into the tall clover. A ladybird climbs patiently along a single blade of grass. High above, a skylark begins singing. Unlike the other birds, it cannot be seen immediately, only heard. Its joyful melody pours down from somewhere high above the clouds. You finally spot the tiny bird suspended almost impossibly in the bright sky, singing, hovering, greeting the world. The song seems to belong not to the bird, but to the morning itself. You close your eyes for a single peaceful breath. The scent of apple blossom still lingers inside your basket. Wildflowers perfume the warm breeze. The bees hum quietly around you. The skylark sings overhead. The sun rests comfortably upon your shoulders. For a few precious moments, the entire meadow feels untouched by worry, a place where time slows down just enough for every heartbeat to be noticed. You continue along the winding path as it leaves the beehive meadow behind, leading gently toward a crystal-clear woodland stream hidden beneath the cool shade of ancient oak trees, where the next quiet chapter of your medieval morning is waiting to unfold. The path narrows as it approaches the edge of the woodland. Almost without realizing it, you leave the bright meadow behind. The cheerful hum of the bees grows softer with every step until it becomes little more than a pleasant memory carried on the breeze. Ahead, ancient oak trees stand like quiet guardians of another world. Their trunks are enormous, far wider than any one person could comfortably embrace. The bark is deeply ridged, its surface carved by centuries of rain, winter frost, summer sunshine, and countless nesting birds. Some of these trees were already old when your grandparents were children. Perhaps they were already standing when your village was first built. The thought fills you with quiet wonder. How many mornings have these old giants witnessed? How many springs have they welcomed? How many autumn leaves have they quietly released into the waiting earth? You step beneath their branches. Immediately, the temperature changes. The warm sunlight softens into cool green shade. The air feels fresher here, moist, rich with the scent of damp earth, fallen leaves, and moss growing patiently upon every stone and root. The woodland breathes differently than the open fields, slower, deeper, as though every tree exhales only after centuries of careful thought. Tiny shafts of sunlight slip through openings high above, illuminating patches of forest floor like little golden islands scattered across a sea of shadow. Dust floats lazily within each beam. Occasionally, a single feather drifts silently downward from somewhere in the canopy. No bird can be seen, only the quiet evidence that one has recently passed overhead. Your footsteps become softer. The thick blanket of old leaves cushions every movement. Instead of crunching, they whisper. A squirrel pauses halfway up an ancient oak. Its small paws grip the bark tightly, while its bright eyes study you with careful curiosity. Its tail flicks once, then twice, apparently deciding you present no immediate danger. It resumes climbing until it disappears into a sea of green leaves above. A gentle breeze stirs the canopy. Thousands of leaves respond together. The sound resembles distant waves rolling upon a peaceful shore. Soft, steady, endless. It becomes impossible to tell where the breeze ends and the trees begin. Perhaps they have long since learned to speak the same language. The woodland path curves gently around an enormous fallen log. Time has transformed it. Once a mighty tree, now it has become a home. Soft moss carpets its surface. Tiny mushrooms grow in neat little clusters along its shaded side. Delicate ferns unfurl beside its roots. A family of beetles disappears into narrow cracks hidden beneath loose bark. Nothing here is wasted. Even endings quietly become beginnings. You kneel beside the log for a closer look. One tiny mushroom has pushed itself through a blanket of moss no thicker than your thumb. Its pale cap glows gently beneath the filtered sunlight. Such a small thing, so easily overlooked, yet it has found its place in the forest. You smile. Nature rarely measures importance by size. The basket hanging from your arm still carries the sweet fragrance of apple blossoms gathered in the orchard. Now another scent joins them, wild woodland mint. Somewhere nearby it grows hidden beneath the shade. You follow the cool fragrance until you discover a small patch beside the roots of a beech tree. Its bright green leaves glisten faintly after the morning dew. You gently pinch a few sprigs and place them carefully into your basket beside the blossoms. The two scents mingle beautifully. Spring carried from the orchard, freshness gathered from the forest. Already you imagine how pleasant the cottage will smell once they are hung beside the hearth. Far ahead, you hear water, very faint at first, a quiet murmur hidden beneath the rustling leaves. You stop walking, close your eyes, listen. Yes, there is again a stream, not large, not rushing, simply moving patiently through the woodland as it has likely done for hundreds of years. You continue toward the sound. The path slopes gently downward. Tree roots cross the earth like old hands reaching through the soil. You step carefully over each one. The ground becomes softer, cooler. Tiny patches of emerald moss spread across every shaded stone. Here and there, delicate blue woodland flowers bloom quietly among the leaves. Their blossoms are so small, they almost disappear unless someone takes the time to look. You take the time. Every few steps, another tiny surprise appears. A feather, an acorn split neatly in half. The empty shell of a snail resting beneath a fern. A spider's web stretched perfectly between two saplings, its silken threads sparkling whenever sunlight briefly reaches them. The woodland asks very little of those who visit, only patience and careful eyes. The sound of running water grows clearer. Soon you catch your first glimpse of it. A narrow stream winds gracefully between smooth stones polished by countless seasons. The water is astonishingly clear. Every pebble resting upon the bottom shines beneath the dancing sunlight. Tiny fish hover almost motionless in the gentle current before suddenly darting away with flashes of silver. The stream makes no effort to impress. It simply flows. Steady, calm, certain of its path. Beside the bank grows a carpet of soft moss, so thick it almost resembles velvet. You lower yourself carefully onto a broad, flat stone warmed by the filtered sunlight. The basket rests beside you. Apple blossoms, woodland mint, a few fallen petals. Simple treasures gathered during an ordinary morning. You remove one sprig of mint and gently rub it between your fingers. Its cool fragrance immediately fills the air. Fresh, clean, quietly awakening every breath. Across the stream, a young deer steps cautiously from between the trees. Its ears stand alert. Its slender legs move with extraordinary grace. It lowers its head toward the water, taking slow, careful drinks while sunlight dances across its back. You remain perfectly still. The deer knows you are there, yet it does not flee. For several peaceful moments, the two of you simply share the woodland together. No words, no movement, only the gentle murmur of the stream carrying another tranquil morning through the heart of medieval England. The young deer remains at the edge of the stream, its reflection trembling gently upon the clear water. For several long moments, neither of you moves. The forest itself seems to understand that something peaceful is taking place. Even the breeze becomes quieter. The deer lifts its head slowly. Tiny droplets of water fall from its muzzle, sending delicate circles spreading across the surface of the stream. Its large ears turn toward the distant woodland, listening. not frightened, simply aware. Life in the forest is built upon listening. A twig snapping beneath careless feet, the distant call of a jay, the rustle of leaves stirred by nothing more than a passing breeze. Every sound carries meaning. Every silence carries its own. The deer studies you one final time. Its dark eyes are calm, neither curious nor fearful, only accepting. Then, with remarkable grace, it turns toward the deeper woods. 3 effortless steps, a gentle leap across a fallen log, and it disappears among the shafts of green light as quietly as it arrived. Soon, only the faint movement of fern leaves hints that it was ever there at all. You remain seated beside the stream. There seems little reason to rush away. The flat stone beneath you has absorbed the morning warmth without becoming hot. Its smooth surface feels pleasantly cool against your hands. You trail your fingertips through the crystal clear water. Immediately, tiny ripples race downstream. The water is wonderfully cold. Cold enough to remind you that it has traveled beneath shaded earth long before reaching this little woodland. You lift your hand. Droplets slide slowly from your fingertips, sparkling briefly in the sunlight before returning to the stream. Nature has a quiet way of borrowing everything, only to give it back again. A kingfisher suddenly flashes across the water. It appears so quickly that for an instant you wonder whether you imagined it. Brilliant blue, bright copper, gone almost immediately. It lands upon an overhanging branch farther downstream, perfectly still, watching. Its sharp eyes remain fixed upon the moving water below. Patient, completely focused. Several minutes pass before anything happens. Then, without warning, the little bird dives, not with a splash, with precision. 1 heartbeat later, it emerges holding a tiny silver fish. Within seconds, it has returned to its branch. Breakfast accomplished. No celebration. No unnecessary excitement. Simply another ordinary success beneath an ordinary morning. You smile. The forest seems full of creatures who quietly know exactly what they're doing. A tiny frog climbs onto one of the smooth stones near the bank. Its bright green skin blends almost perfectly with the surrounding moss. Only when it moves do you notice it at all. It sits motionless for several moments, then gives a surprisingly determined little hop into the shallow water. Apparently satisfied with its decision, it settles among the reeds where only its curious eyes remain visible above the surface. Dragonflies begin appearing above the stream. Blue ones, emerald green ones. A single golden dragonfly hovers so perfectly still that it seems suspended by invisible thread. Sunlight catches its delicate wings. They shimmer like polished glass. The forest grows warmer as the morning slowly approaches midday. Tiny patches of sunlight drift steadily across the woodland floor. Each passing hour quietly rearranges the light beneath the trees. Nothing remains exactly where it was, yet nothing feels hurried. The basket beside you now carries a gentle fragrance of apple blossoms and fresh woodland mint. You notice another familiar scent joining them, wild garlic. Its broad green leaves grow beneath a nearby ash tree. Small white flowers nod gently in the breeze. You gather only a handful, enough for supper, never more than needed. The old people in the village often say, the forest remembers greedy hands, whether they mean the forest itself, or simply the consequences of taking too much. No one ever explains. Perhaps they don't need to. The lesson survives either way. Above your head, an ancient oak releases a single acorn left from last autumn. It lands softly beside your boot, months too late to matter, or perhaps exactly on time. Nature follows its own calendar. You pick up the acorn and turn it slowly between your fingers. Such a small thing. Yet hidden inside rests another mighty tree, waiting patiently for years that have not yet arrived. You place it gently into your basket, not as food, not as a keepsake, simply because it somehow feels wrong to leave possibility lying forgotten upon the ground. The stream bends gently toward the east. Curiosity encourages you to follow it. The path beside the water is narrow now. Roots weave across the damp earth. Soft moss cushions every step. The forest canopy grows denser overhead, allowing only scattered ribbons of sunlight to reach the ground. Every few moments, another bird begins singing. A robin, then a wren. Farther away, The steady tapping of a woodpecker echoes through the old trees. Its rhythm resembles someone quietly carving a piece of timber in the distance. Knock, knock, knock. Pause. Then again, somewhere beyond the next bend, the woodland seems to brighten. The sound of falling water joins the gentle murmur of a stream. Very soft, almost hidden beneath birdsong. You continue walking until the trees gradually part. Before you, the stream spills over a broad shelf of smooth limestone, forming a tiny waterfall no higher than your knee. Water pours gently into a perfectly clear pool surrounded by moss-covered rocks and graceful ferns. Sunlight slips through an opening in the canopy, turning the falling water into countless strands of silver. The pool reflects the sky so clearly that it almost seems deeper than it truly is. You kneel beside its edge. The cool mist kisses your face. Tiny rainbows appear briefly where the sunlight meets the drifting spray, then vanish again, as though the woodland enjoys sharing little secrets only with those willing to arrive slowly. You rest quietly beside the little waterfall, listening to its endless song. Not loud enough to drown out the birds, not soft enough to disappear, just steady, patient, timeless. It occurs to you that this little waterfall has probably been singing the same song for centuries, long before the village existed, long before anyone built roads or cottages, long before history found names for kings. And somehow, it sounds exactly right. The tiny waterfall continues its endless conversation with the stones below. Its voice never changes, never grows tired. It simply repeats the same gentle melody it has carried through the forest for centuries. Drop after drop, season after season, year after year, you settle comfortably upon a broad moss-covered rock near the edge of the pool. The moss is surprisingly soft, almost like an old wool blanket, carefully laid across the stone by the forest itself. You rest your basket beside you. The apple blossoms still carry their delicate sweetness. The woodland mint has begun filling the air with its cool fragrance. Together they smell wonderfully balanced. Spring and forest, sunshine and shade. The longer you sit, the more sounds begin revealing themselves. At first, all you hear is the waterfall, but soon another layer appears. The steady trickle of tiny streams joining the larger one. The quiet rustle of leaves high above. The distant tapping of the woodpecker, the soft flutter of wings somewhere overhead. Nature rarely performs a solo. It prefers harmony. A dragonfly lands gently upon a smooth stone only inches from your hand. Its long body shines deep, sapphire blue beneath the sunlight. Its transparent wings sparkle like polished crystal. For several moments, it remains perfectly still. Then, without warning, it lifts into the air, circles the pool once, twice, then disappears deeper into the woodland. You wonder if it remembers every corner of this little stream, or if each morning feels like a brand new adventure. Nearby, a fallen oak branch stretches across the water like a tiny bridge. Its bark has begun peeling away after many seasons of rain. Bright green moss now claims most of its surface. Tiny mushrooms grow from one end, their pale caps no larger than buttons. Life quietly continues wherever space allows. Even old becomes a beginning. A breeze slips through the canopy overhead. Leaves shimmer together. Hundreds of tiny patches of sunlight begin dancing across the forest floor. The moving light reaches the pool. For a brief moment, the clear water becomes liquid gold. Every pebble beneath the surface glows warmly. Tiny fish dart through beams of sunlight before disappearing into cool shadows beneath overhanging roots. One fish pauses beside a smooth white stone. It barely moves. Only its fins gently wave against the current. You smile. Even fish seem to understand that peaceful places deserve peaceful movements. A pair of wrens suddenly appears among the low branches nearby. They move with astonishing energy. One disappears beneath a fern. The other investigates a hollow branch before returning with a tiny insect clasped carefully in its beak. Somewhere close by, there must be a nest. You remain perfectly still. After another few moments, you discover it hidden within the roots of a fallen tree. A tiny woven cupbill from dry grass, soft moss, and delicate feathers. Almost invisible, unless someone knows exactly where to look. The parent bird slips quietly inside. only for a heartbeat, then emerges again. Its work never seems to end, yet performs every task without complaint. Perhaps love makes even the busiest mornings feel lighter. You lower one hand into the clear pool once more. The cold water wraps gently around your fingers. Small circles spread slowly across the surface. Each ripple reaches the edge of the pool before returning toward the center. Nothing truly disappears. It simply changes direction. Your grandmother often believed streams carried memories, not the sort written in books, the quieter kind, the laughter of children skipping stones, the footprints of travelers crossing wooden bridges, the reflections of clouds drifting overhead. She used to say, if you listen long enough, every stream tells a story of everyone who has ever rested beside it. As a child, you believed she was simply telling another wonderful tale. Now, sitting beneath these ancient oaks, you are not entirely certain she was wrong. The morning continues unfolding without asking anyone's permission. Sunlight gradually reaches farther beneath the trees. The cool shadows become smaller. Warmth slowly settles across the woodland floor. A single butterfly drifts above the little waterfall. Its wings are bright white, almost glowing whenever they catch the sunlight. Rather than flying directly across the stream, it wanders, first toward the ferns, then back above the water, then upward through a shaft of light. Eventually, it disappears among the oak leaves. Its journey seems wonderfully unplanned. There is comfort in that. Not every path needs a destination. Some simply exist to be enjoyed while walking. A faint rustling catches your attention behind you. Turning slowly, you discover an elderly tortoise making its patient way across the forest floor. Its shell carries patches of moss upon the edges, giving the impression that even the forest has accepted it as one of its oldest residents. Each step is careful, measured, completely unhurried. You cannot help smiling. If the rabbit and the tortoise truly race one another, perhaps the tortoise never intended to win. Perhaps it simply preferred enjoying the scenery. The little creature reaches a patch of warm sunlight and stops entirely. Apparently, this is today's destination. An excellent choice. You lean back against the smooth trunk of a nearby beech tree. Its bark feels cool despite the warming day. Above you, the leaves sway gently together. Their shadows drift slowly across your boots. Minutes pass, or perhaps longer, here beneath the trees. Time feels less like something being spent and more like something quietly shared. The waterfall continues singing. The birds continue answering. The forest continues breathing. And for a little while longer, you are perfectly content to become just another quiet part of its ancient morning. The tiny waterfall continues its endless conversation with the stones below. Its voice never changes, never grows tired. It simply repeats the same gentle melody it has carried through the forest for centuries. Drop after drop, season after season, year after year, you settle comfortably upon a broad moss-covered rock near the edge of the pool. The moss is surprisingly soft, almost like an old wool blanket, carefully laid across the stone by the forest itself. You rest your basket beside you. The apple blossoms still carry their delicate sweetness. The woodland mint has begun filling the air with its cool fragrance. Together they smell wonderfully balanced. Spring and forest, sunshine and shade. The longer you sit, the more sounds begin revealing themselves. At first, all you hear is the waterfall, but soon another layer appears. The steady trickle of tiny streams joining the larger one, the quiet rustle of leaves high above, the distant tapping of the woodpecker, the soft flutter of wings somewhere overhead. Nature rarely performs a solo. It prefers harmony. A dragonfly lands gently upon a smooth stone only inches from your hand. Its long body shines deep, sapphire blue beneath the sunlight. Its transparent wings sparkle like polished crystal. For several moments, it remains perfectly still. Then, without warning, it lifts into the air, circles the pool once, twice, then disappears deeper into the woodland. You wonder if it remembers every corner of this little stream, or if each morning feels like a brand new adventure. Nearby, a fallen oak branch stretches across the water like a tiny bridge. Its bark has begun peeling away after many seasons of rain. Bright green moss now claims most of its surface. Tiny mushrooms grow from one end, their pale caps no larger than buttons. Life quietly continues wherever space allows. Even old what becomes a beginning. A breeze slips through the canopy overhead. Leaves shimmer together. Hundreds of tiny patches of sunlight begin dancing across the forest floor. The moving light reaches the pool. For a brief moment, the clear water becomes liquid gold. Every pebble beneath the surface glows warmly. Tiny fish dart through beams of sunlight before disappearing into cool shadows beneath overhanging roots. One fish pauses beside a smooth white stone. It barely moves. Only its fins gently wave against the current. You smile. Even fish seem to understand that peaceful places deserve peaceful movements. A pair of wrens suddenly appears among the low branches nearby. They move with astonishing energy. One disappears beneath a fern. The other investigates a hollow branch before returning with a tiny insect clasped carefully in its beak. Somewhere close by, there must be a nest. You remain perfectly still. After another few moments, you discover it hidden within the roots of a fallen tree. A tiny woven cupbill from dry grass, soft moss, and delicate feathers. Almost invisible, unless someone knows exactly where to look. The parent bird slips quietly inside, only for a heartbeat, then emerges again. Its work never seems to end, yet performs every task without complaint. Perhaps love makes even the busiest mornings feel lighter. You lower one hand into the clear pool once more. The cold water wraps gently around your fingers. Small circles spread slowly across the surface. Each ripple reaches the edge of the pool before returning toward the center. Nothing truly disappears. It simply changes direction. Your grandmother often believed streams carried memories, not the sort written in books. The quieter kind, the laughter of children skipping stones, the footprints of travelers crossing wooden bridges, the reflections of clouds drifting overhead. She used to say, if you listen long enough, every stream tells a story of everyone who has ever rested beside it. As a child, you believed she was simply telling another wonderful tale. Now, sitting beneath these ancient oaks, you are not entirely certain she was wrong. The morning continues unfolding without asking anyone's permission. Sunlight gradually reaches farther beneath the trees. The cool shadows become smaller. Warmth slowly settles across the woodland floor. A single butterfly drifts above the little waterfall. Its wings are bright white, almost glowing whenever they catch the sunlight. Rather than flying directly across the stream, it wanders, first toward the ferns, then back above the water, then upward through a shaft of light. Eventually, it disappears among the oak leaves. Its journey seems wonderfully unplanned. There is comfort in that. Not every path needs a destination. Some simply exist to be enjoyed while walking. A faint rustling catches your attention behind you. Turning slowly, you discover an elderly tortoise making its patient way across the forest floor. Its shell carries patches of moss upon the edges, giving the impression that even the forest has accepted it as one of its oldest residents. Each step is careful, measured, completely unhurried. You cannot help smiling. If the rabbit and the tortoise truly race one another, perhaps the tortoise never intended to win. Perhaps it simply preferred enjoying the scenery. The little creature reaches a patch of warm sunlight and stops entirely. Apparently, this is today's destination. An excellent choice. You lean back against the smooth trunk of a nearby beech tree. Its bark feels cool despite the warming day. Above you, the leaves sway gently together. Their shadows drift slowly across your boots. Minutes pass, or perhaps longer, here beneath the trees. Time feels less like something being spent and more like something quietly shared. The waterfall continues singing. The birds continue answering. The forest continues breathing. And for a little while longer, you are perfectly content to become just another quiet part of its ancient morning. You remain beneath the beech tree for several quiet moments longer. The woodland seems in no hurry to let you leave. Perhaps forests understand something villages sometimes forget. That rest is not the absence of work. It is part of it. A cool breeze slips through the branches overhead, carrying with a faint scent of pine from deeper within the woods. It mingles with the earthy fragrance of damp moss, rich soil, and wild garlic growing along the shaded banks of the stream. The air feels wonderfully alive. Every breath seems cleaner than the last. You slowly rise from your place beside the waterfall. The moss springs gently back into shape after your weight leaves it, as though grateful for the brief visit. Before walking away, you glance once more at the little cascade. The water continues falling exactly as it did when you first arrived. It will continue long after you leave. There is comfort in knowing that some things require nothing from us. They simply exist. The narrow woodland path follows the stream for a while before climbing gently uphill. Tree roots twist across the ground like old ropes, polished smooth by countless boots over generations. You step carefully between them. A careless foot would quickly discover that medieval forests have very little sympathy for haste. High above, a raven glides silently between the oak trees. Its black feathers shine with hints of deep blue whenever sunlight catches them. Unlike the cheerful songbirds, it says nothing. It simply circles once above the clearing before disappearing beyond the canopy. Silence suits some creatures better than song. The forest grows slightly brighter as the trees become farther apart. Young birches begin appearing among the ancient oaks. Their white bark catches the sunlight beautifully, almost glowing against the darker woodland around them. Fresh spring leaves tremble gently in the breeze. Unlike the old oaks, whose leaves whisper in deep voices, the birches seem to laugh. Their smaller leaves create a lighter, softer sound. Every tree speaks with its own personality. Near one of the birches grows a patch of woodland strawberries. Tiny white blossoms cover plants. Only one or two small berries have begun turning red, far too early for a proper harvest. You kneel beside them anyway, not to pick, only to admire. Nature has its own schedule. There is no kindness in asking fruit to ripen before it is ready. A familiar tapping echoes nearby. This time, much closer. You quietly follow the sound until you discover its source. A great spotted woodpecker clings effortlessly to the side of a dead ash tree. Its bright red feathers flash whenever it moves. With astonishing speed, it taps against the bark. Knock, knock, knock. Pause. Then again. Tiny fragments of bark drift gently toward the ground. The bird tilts its head after every few strikes, listening carefully for insects hidden beneath the wood. Eventually, success. It pulls a small beetle from the trunk before flying effortlessly to another tree. Breakfast earned through patience rather than luck. The old ash remains standing despite no longer being alive. Its branches are bare. Its bark has begun peeling away. Yet everywhere you look, life continues around it. Moss climbs its lower trunk. Mushrooms circle its roots. Birds search beneath its bark. Even death, here in the woodland, becomes another form of generosity. You continue along the gently rising path. The sound of the waterfall slowly fades behind you until only birdsong remains. Ahead, sunlight grows stronger. The trees begin opening into another clearing. This one is different from the orchard, different from the flower meadow. The ground here is covered almost entirely with soft grass dotted by clusters of buttercups, swaying beneath the gentle wind. Several enormous oak trees stand scattered across the clearing, each separated by wide patches of open sunlight. Near the largest oak rests an old shepherd. He sits comfortably upon a fallen log, with his broad hat pulled low across his forehead. At first glance, you wonder if he has fallen asleep. Then you notice one eye quietly opening. He smiles without moving. I heard your footsteps long before I saw you. You smile back. I tried to walk quietly. You did. He chuckles softly. But forests have excellent ears. Beside him lies an old sheepdog whose gray muzzle suggests many years spent watching over wandering flocks. The dog raises its head just enough to acknowledge your presence. Its tail gives two slow thumps against the grass. Then, apparently satisfied that you belong here, it closes its eyes once more. The shepherd gestures toward the fallen log beside him. Sit. You gladly accept. For several minutes, neither of you speaks. There seems no urgency to begin. The breeze moves gently through the clearing. A pair of butterflies dances between patches of buttercups. Far away, somewhere beyond the trees, sheep bells ring softly across the hillside. Finally, the shepherd breaks the silence. I've watched this clearing for nearly 50 years. He brushes a little grass from his sleeve. Every spring the flowers return. Every autumn the leaves fall. Every winter I wonder if I'm getting too old for another season. He smiles toward the sky, and every spring the birds convince me to stay. You follow his gaze upward. Clouds drift lazily across an endless blue sky. Not one of them seems to know where it is going. Perhaps that is why they look so peaceful. The shepherd reaches into a small cloth bag resting beside him. From it, he removes 2 small pieces of oat bread. He offers one to you. Fresh. He laughs. No, but honest. You accept it gratefully. Sometimes the simplest meal tastes best beneath an old oak tree, especially when shared in comfortable silence. The old sheepdog opens one eye again. It watches both pieces of bread with quiet professionalism, not begging, simply observing. Years have apparently taught it that patience often receives better rewards than excitement. The shepherd notices. Don't worry. He tears off a small piece and places it gently beside the dog. Without haste, without greed, the old companion accepts its share before resting its head upon its paws once again. The 3 of you sit together beneath the spreading branches of the ancient oak. The shepherd, the faithful dog, and you, above your heads. Hundreds of fresh green leaves shimmer softly in the warm breeze. The warmth of the late morning settles gently across the clearing. The sunlight filtering through the wide canopy of the ancient oak has changed since you first sat down. The shadows are shorter now, more defined. They stretch across the grass in slow-moving patterns, shifting so gradually that only someone sitting quietly for a long while would notice. The shepherd certainly notices. He glances toward the changing light and smiles. The sun has climbed higher. It always does. His answer is so simple that you almost laugh. Yet, somehow, it feels wiser than many longer conversations. The old sheepdog finally rises to its feet. Not because anyone has called it. Not because anything is wrong. Simply because experience tells it the flock has wandered far enough. The dog stretches carefully. Front paws first. Then its back arches high for a long moment. Finally, it shakes itself from nose to tail with such enthusiasm that a tiny cloud of loose fur drifts into the sunlight. The shepherd chuckles. He complains every morning. But somehow, he never retires. The dog gives him a look that seems almost offended, then begins walking slowly toward the nearby hillside. You follow at a respectful distance. Beyond the clearing, the land opens into rolling pastures painted in every shade of green imaginable. The sheep are scattered peacefully across the meadow. Some graze quietly. Others lie comfortably beneath the warm sun, chewing with remarkable dedication. One particularly ambitious lamb decides to race across the field for no reason anyone could possibly identify. It sprints in a wide circle, leaps over a small mound, runs another circle, then suddenly stops beside its mother as though absolutely nothing unusual has happened. The shepherd watches without concern. They always have too much energy before noon, and afterward, they discover sleeping. You smile, a lesson many people never learn. He laughs warmly. If only she could teach us. The breeze carries a soft scent of warm grass mixed with blooming clover. Hundreds of tiny white flowers cover parts of the pasture. Honeybees drift lazily between them, continuing the endless work that began earlier in the beehive meadow. Somewhere nearby, cowbells ring gently, not loud enough to interrupt the silence, only enough to become part of it. Farther along the hillside, 2 young boys guide a pair of sturdy oxen pulling a simple wooden plow. The animals move with patient strength. Each step presses deeply into the soft earth. The boys speak quietly to them. No shouting, only calm encouragement. The freshly turned soil releases a rich earthy fragrance that drifts across the meadow. It smells of new beginnings, of seeds not yet planted, of harvest still hidden somewhere in the future. The shepherd leans upon his ash staff. My father always said, "He who rushes the spring harvests disappointment." You nod thoughtfully. And was he right? He usually was. The old man looks toward the distant fields. But I was young, so naturally, I ignored him. You both laugh. It took many poor harvests before I realized old people rarely repeat themselves without reason. The breeze grows slightly stronger. Tall grasses bend together in graceful waves that roll across the hillside like the surface of a quiet sea. A red kite circles high overhead. Its forked tail shifts effortlessly as it glides upon invisible currents of warm air. Not a single wing beat for several long moments. Only graceful floating. The shepherd watches it carefully. They've nested in those woods every spring for as long as I remember. You know the same birds? Perhaps not the same ones. He smiles, but certainly the same family. There is comfort in traditions shared not only by people, but by birds as well. Nearby, the old sheepdog has settled beside the flock once again. Its sharp eyes remain open, watching, listening, ready, yet somehow perfectly relaxed. Confidence born from thousands of ordinary days. You kneel beside a patch of clover. Tiny droplets of nectar sparkle inside several blossoms where the morning dew has not yet fully disappeared beneath the shade. A bumblebee lands heavily upon one flower. The blossom bows politely beneath its weight. The bee disappears completely inside. For several amusing seconds, only its fuzzy back legs remain visible. Eventually it reverses itself rather awkwardly, pauses as though gathering its dignity, then buzzes determinedly toward another flower. Some occupations appear wonderfully uncomplicated. Clouds drift lazily overhead. One resembles a sailing ship. Another briefly takes the shape of a sleeping bear before the wind gently reshapes it into something entirely different. You remember lying upon this very hillside as a child, searching the sky for castles, dragons, giants, entire kingdoms hidden among the passing clouds. Perhaps adulthood does not steal imagination. Perhaps it simply forgets to look upward often enough. The shepherd removes his hat for a moment, allowing the breeze to cool his silver hair. When I was your age, he begins quietly, I believed every day needed to become memorable. He studies the sheep grazing peacefully below. Now, I've learned that the ordinary days become the memories. His words settle gently into the silence between you. The ordinary mornings, the shared bread, the quiet walks, the sound of bees, the smell of apple blossoms, the cool stream beneath ancient oaks. No grand adventure, no heroic tale. And yet, perhaps this is exactly what happiness has always looked like. Simple enough to overlook, beautiful enough to remember forever. A church bell suddenly drifts across the valley. Slow, deep, measured. 1, 2, 3. Its gentle echo rolls across the meadows before dissolving into the distant hills. The shepherd smiles knowingly. Midday. He places his worn hat back upon his head, which means he looks toward the village with bright, cheerful eyes. Someone is almost certainly putting a pot of stew over the fire. At that very thought, your stomach quietly reminds you that breakfast now belongs to several peaceful hours ago. The scent of fresh bread still lingers faintly inside your basket, but somewhere beyond the rolling hills, the medieval village is preparing for the comforting meal that gathers neighbors, families, and tired travelers around warm hearts. With one final glance across the peaceful pasture, you turn toward the winding path that leads gently back to the countryside. Following the promise of a quiet village afternoon, the winding path carries you gently away from the shepherd's hillside. Behind you, the quiet ringing of sheep bells slowly fades into the warm afternoon air. The old shepherd raises one hand in farewell. So long, until another morning. You return the gesture with a smile. I'll look forward to it. The sheepdog watches you leave without moving from its place beside the flock. Its watch is not yet finished. Some duties and only when the sun does. The path slopes gradually downhill, weaving between wide meadows where tall grasses sway, like gentle waves beneath the steady breeze. The sun now rests high overhead. Its warmth is pleasant rather than harsh, softened by drifting white clouds that occasionally cast cool shadows across the countryside. Every few minutes, the entire landscape changes color. Bright gold, soft green, then bright again. Nature paints patiently. You walk without urgency. The basket on your arm feels a little heavier now, not because it holds much. Only a handful of apple blossoms, fresh woodland mint, wild garlic, one small acorn. Simple gifts gathered from an ordinary morning. Some people return from long journeys carrying treasure. You return carrying spring. Along the edge of the meadow, wild rabbits nibble quietly among patches of clover. One raises its head as you approach. Its long ears stand perfectly upright. For several heartbeats, it watches you without moving. Then, deciding you are merely another peaceful traveler, it resumes eating. Trust is built from countless harmless meetings. Perhaps animals understand that better than people. Ahead, an old stone bridge crosses the same little stream you visited earlier in the woodland. Here the water has widened slightly, flowing more slowly beneath three graceful arches worn smooth by centuries of passing feet. The bridge itself feels ancient. Its stones no longer fit together perfectly. Tiny tufts of moss grow between the cracks. Wild thyme spills gently over one side, releasing its fragrance whenever the breeze brushes across it. You pause halfway across. Looking down through the arch, you watch the stream glide quietly beneath your feet. Sunlight sparkles across its surface like scattered coins. Tiny trout rest motionless in the deeper pools before suddenly darting into the current. The water continues its endless journey toward places you have never seen. Villages beyond your own. Fields beyond those villages. Eventually, perhaps even the sea. You wonder how many stories this little stream has carried away through the years. The laughter of children, the songs of travelers, the reflections of changing seasons. Water remembers without speaking. On the far side of the bridge stands a weathered wooden signpost. Its carved lettering has softened beneath years of rain. One arrow points toward the village, another toward the old monastery, several miles away. A third simply reads, "Mill." You smile, even without maps. The countryside always finds a way to guide those willing to pay attention. A familiar rhythmic sound soon reaches your ears. Clack, whir, clack, whir, the steady turning of a water wheel. You follow the sound around a bend in the stream until a village mill comes into view. It is larger than most buildings nearby. Its thick stone walls remain pleasantly cool even beneath the midday sun. The great wooden wheel turns steadily beside the flowing water, lifting sparkling streams into the air before sending them tumbling back into the race below. Each slow rotation produces the comforting rhythm you heard from a bridge. Inside, hidden behind sturdy oak walls, massive millstones quietly transform grain into flour. The smell reaches you before the doorway does. Freshly ground wheat, warm wood, a faint hint of flour floating in the air. It is the unmistakable scent of bread waiting to happen. Outside the mill, several farmers wait beside sacks of barley and rye loaded onto simple wooden carts. No one appears impatient. Conversations drift easily beneath the shade of a large elm tree. One man sharpens a small sickle with slow, practiced strokes. Another shares a joke that causes quiet laughter to ripple through the group. The miller emerges from the doorway, brushing flour from his beard, or attempting to. Most of it simply moves from one place to another. He notices you passing. "Good afternoon." And to you, "Beautiful weather for walking." It certainly is. He nods toward your basket. "I see the woodland has been generous." "A little. The woodland usually is." He glances toward the turning wheel. "As long as we remember to be generous in return." You think again of taking only a handful of herbs, only one acorn, only what was needed. Perhaps every part of village life follows the same quiet rule. Take enough, leave enough. The water wheel continues turning with calm determination, never rushing, never stopping. Its slow movement somehow feels strangely comforting. Hour after hour, day after day, season after season, it performs the same humble work that helps feed the entire village. There's quiet dignity in ordinary usefulness. A young girl appears carrying a basket almost as large as herself. She struggles bravely across the mill yard, without a word. The miller steps forward and lifts the heavy sack from her arms. She smiles gratefully. So much easier. He grins. It always is when someone helps. She disappears into the mill while humming softly to herself. The tune is simple, one you've heard many times before. Perhaps every village has songs that somehow belong to everyone. You leave the mill behind, following the road toward home. The rooftops of the village now rise clearly ahead. Thin trails of smoke curl lazily from nearly every chimney. Somewhere nearby, someone is baking. Another family is stirring a pot suspended above glowing coals. Children's laughter echoes faintly through the warm afternoon. A blacksmith's hammer rings steadily in the distance. Not loudly, simply becoming another familiar heartbeat of village life. The morning has gently unfolded into afternoon. Without hurry, without noise, only one peaceful moment, quietly becoming the next. The familiar rooftops grow larger with every step. Their weathered thatched roofs glow warmly beneath the afternoon sun, each one surrounded by little gardens bursting with herbs, beans, onions, and cabbage. The village feels different now than it did before sunrise. Not louder, simply fuller. Morning had belonged to preparation. Now the day belongs to work. Yet even the busiest hour carries a quiet sense of order. No one seems rushed. Everyone simply moves with a steady rhythm of long-practiced hands. As you enter the village lane, the scent of fresh bread welcomes you once again. Master Edwin's bakery has become the busiest place on the street. Several villagers stand outside chatting, while warm loaves cool upon wide wooden shelves beneath the open window. The golden crust cracks softly as they release the last of their steam. One little boy presses his nose against the window, watching the bread with complete fascination. His mother gently laughs. It won't disappear before supper. The boy sighs dramatically. I'm only making sure. Edwin hears the conversation and grins. An important responsibility. The boy stands a little taller. Apparently, he has just received an official appointment as village bread inspector. You continue walking with a smile. Just beyond the bakery, the blacksmith's forge glows warmly despite the bright sunshine outside. The rhythmic ringing you heard earlier now grows clearer. Clang, pause, clang, pause. Each careful strike lands with practiced precision. The blacksmith raises a glowing horseshoe from a fire using heavy iron tongs. Tiny sparks leap into the air like golden fireflies before disappearing against the dark floor. He places the metal upon the anvil. One measured blow, then another, not wasted strength, only careful craftsmanship. Nearby, his young apprentice works the great leather bellows. Each slow pull sends fresh air into the glowing coals. The fire answers with a deep orange glow. The apprentice notices you watching. He wipes a little soot from his forehead, though somehow manages only to spread it farther. Good afternoon. Keeping busy? He laughs. The horses refuse to stop wearing shoes. The blacksmith nods without looking up. And thank goodness for that. Another careful strike echoes through the open doorway. Clang. The sound rolls gently through the village before fading among the cottages. Metal shaped patiently by human hands. Not hurried, simply improved. Across the lane, an elderly woman sits beneath the shade of a pear tree spinning wool. Her spinning wheel turns with quiet rhythm, round and round, almost hypnotic. Soft fleece passes gently through her fingers before becoming fine thread upon the spindle. She hardly seems to look at her hands anymore. Years of practice allow them to work almost by themselves. Instead, she watches the village. Children playing, neighbors greeting one another, cats wandering confidently wherever they please. She smiles as you pass. Back from the woods? I am. Did the forest treat you kindly? It always does. She nods knowingly. It usually rewards those who arrive quietly. The spinning wheel continues turning after your conversation ends. Round and round. Its gentle hum blends perfectly with the sounds of the afternoon. Near the village well, several women fill wooden buckets while exchanging stories about gardens, weather, and the stubborn habits of chickens. One laughs so warmly that even the pigeons resting on a nearby roof flutter briefly into the air before settling once more. A little girl carefully lowers a tiny bucket into the well. It is clearly too heavy once filled. Before she can struggle, an older man steps forward and lifts it easily onto the stone edge. There we are. She beams. I almost had it. I'm certain you did. Next year. She nods very seriously. Next year. No one seems embarrassed by accepting help, nor proud of offering it. It is simply another ordinary part of village life. You pause beside the well for a refreshing drink. The water remains wonderfully cold despite the warming afternoon. As you lift a wooden ladle, tiny droplets slide down its handle and fall back into the stone basin below. The taste is clean, fresh, exactly as it was before sunrise. Some things improve with time. Others remain perfect simply by remaining unchanged. The church doors stand open nearby. Several villagers quietly enter and leave throughout the afternoon. Some pause only for a moment of silent prayer. Others simply enjoy the cool shade offered by the thick stone walls. You step inside for a few peaceful minutes. Sunlight streams through narrow stained glass windows, painting gentle colors across the worn stone floor. Red, blue, golden, amber. Dust drifts slowly through the colored light. The entire building feels wonderfully cool after the warmth outside. No one speaks above a whisper. Candles flicker softly before the altar. Their tiny flames hardly move. Even the silence seems different here. Not empty, comfortable. You sit quietly on a simple wooden bench near the back. For several minutes, you do absolutely nothing. No thinking, no planning, only listening. The faint creak of ancient timber, a distant bird singing outside, the gentle crackle of candle flames. Sometimes, the quietest places become the loudest teachers. Eventually, you rise and step back into the afternoon sunshine. The village square feels warm and welcoming. A pair of ducks waddles confidently across the lane, as though they own the entire village. No one argues with them. Experience has apparently taught everyone that ducks possess remarkable confidence and very little interest in human schedules. The cat from your cottage appears unexpectedly between two garden fences. She looks at you for a long moment, then turns around, without looking back, as if assuming you understand that you are expected to follow. You laugh softly. Some companions never ask. They simply expect. And somehow, you find yourself following the little gray guide along a familiar winding lane toward home, where the afternoon hearth, a simple meal, and another peaceful chapter of this quiet medieval day are patiently waiting. The little gray cat never once looks behind to see whether you are following. She simply walks with complete confidence, tail held high, paws moving silently over the sun-warmed stones. It is a sort of confidence only cats possess. Somehow, they always seem convinced the entire world exists simply to accommodate their afternoon plans. You follow along the familiar lane, smiling to yourself. The village has settled into its comfortable afternoon rhythm. Doors stand open to welcome the gentle breeze. Freshly washed linen hangs between cottages, fluttering softly like white sails beneath the bright sky. The scent of lavender drifts from small gardens where purple flowers sway gently beside rows of rosemary and sage. Every cottage seems to have its own little corner of beauty. Not grand, not carefully designed, simply loved. The cat pauses beside Mrs. Eleanor's garden gate. An old wooden bench rests beneath a flowering elder tree. Mrs. Eleanor sits there with a basket resting comfortably in her lap. Her weathered hands move slowly as she shells broad beans into a polished wooden bowl. Plink, plink. Each bean lands with a quiet little sound. She looks up as you pass. Back already? The woods persuaded me to stay longer than I planned. She laughs softly. They usually do. She reaches into her basket and holds up a handful of freshly picked peas. They've been generous this year. They certainly look it. You'll take some home. Before you can politely refuse, she has already poured a small handful into your basket beside the mint and blossoms. There, no arguing. You smile gratefully. Thank you. My husband always said. She continues shelling beans without looking up. Vegetables taste better when shared. You suspect he was a wise man, or perhaps simply someone who enjoyed giving away peas. Either way, the lesson remains. The cat, apparently satisfied that proper neighborly conversations have concluded, resumes walking. She leads you past the cooper's workshop. Outside, the cooper carefully fits iron hoops around a newly finished oak barrel. The scent of fresh timber fills the warm air, with shavings curl across the ground like ribbons. Each one catches the sunlight before being carried gently away by the breeze. The cooper wipes his brow with the back of his hand. Afternoon. Beautiful weather. It seems determined to stay. Let's hope it keeps that promise. He taps one of the iron bands gently with a wooden mallet. The barrel answers with a deep, satisfying note. He smiles. Perfect. There's pride in his voice. Not loud pride. Quiet satisfaction. The kind earned by doing ordinary work well. Across the lane, two children kneel beside a shallow puddle left by last night's rain. Using little sticks, they guide tiny bark boats through winding channels they have carefully dug into the damp earth. One boat becomes stuck. The younger child frowns thoughtfully. The older one quietly widens a little stream with a finger. The water begins flowing again. The tiny boat continues its journey. Both children cheer as though a great ship has safely crossed the sea. Sometimes, the greatest adventures require nothing more than imagination and a puddle. The village carpenter stands outside his workshop, smoothing the edge of a new wooden stool. Long curls of pale oak fall gently to ground with every careful stroke of his plane. He pauses long enough to admire the smooth surface, then continues. No hurry. A good piece of furniture may serve 3 generations. It deserves an extra minute. The cat suddenly stops again, this time beside the little fish pond near the center of the village. Several ducks float lazily upon the calm water. One stretches both wings dramatically before settling back with obvious satisfaction. A family of ducklings follows their mother in an almost perfectly straight line. Almost. The smallest duckling repeatedly wanders away toward particularly interesting ripples. Its mother waits patiently every single time. Eventually, the little explorer catches up. Families, it seems, have changed very little over the centuries. The afternoon sun now shines brightly across the pond. Dragonflies skim low above the water, their wings flashing silver whenever they catch the light. Water lilies float peacefully near the far bank. Several frogs rest among the broad green leaves. One gives a sudden croak. Another answers from somewhere beneath the reeds. The conversation seems very important, although only frogs truly understand it. The cat watches the ducks carefully, not because she intends to chase them. She is far too sensible for that. Instead, she appears deeply fascinated by their complete lack of concern. The ducks, in turn, ignore the cat with equal confidence. An unspoken agreement appears to exist between them. Everyone keeps to their own business. A cool breeze drifts through the square. Church bells no longer ring. The blacksmith's hammer has fallen silent for a while. Even the mill will seem farther away now. The village is entering that gentle pause that often comes after the midday meal. Some people return to their work. Others rest briefly beneath the shade. An elderly man naps comfortably beneath an old walnut tree, his broad hat covering most of his face. A walking stick leans against the trunk beside him, not far away. His granddaughter quietly places a folded blanket across his knees before returning to her embroidery. She never wakes him. She simply smiles. Kindness often works best when it asks for no attention. The cat finally reaches your cottage. She leaps lightly onto the familiar stone step, then sits, exactly where she had been waiting this morning. Apparently, her important responsibilities have now been completed. You open the wooden gate. The little herb garden greets you with familiar scents. Lavender, thyme, mint. Bees continue their peaceful work among the blossoms, completely uninterested in where you've been. The goat lifts her head from the shade of the apple tree. She gives one soft, contented bleat before returning to her afternoon chewing. The chickens have wisely chosen the coolest corner of the yard beneath a hazel bush. Even the proud rooster has abandoned his dramatic speeches in favor of a quiet nap with one eye half open. You climb the 2 worn stone steps leading to your cottage door. The wooden latch feels warm beneath your hand after resting in the afternoon sun. Inside, the familiar coolness of thick timber walls welcomes you home. The cottage is quiet once again. You stand quietly for a moment beside the old oak table. The basket rests where you placed it, carrying the gentle sense of everything the day has offered. Apple blossoms, woodland mint, fresh peas, wild garlic, one small acorn. Not a grand harvest, yet enough to remind you that a peaceful morning rarely returns empty-handed. Sunlight pours to the narrow window, falling across the basket in long golden strips. The blossoms almost glow against the dark wood of the table. Tiny petals have escaped during your walk home. They lie scattered across the surface like little stars. You gather them carefully between your fingertips. Rather than throwing them away, you place them inside a shallow clay bowl resting upon the windowsill. By evening, the warmth of the sun will fill the cottage with their delicate fragrance. Sometimes beauty asks for nothing more than a quiet place to rest. The cat slips through the open doorway without asking permission. She has lived here long enough to know she doesn't need any. She circles your legs once before making her way directly toward the fireplace. The warm stones beside the hearth remain her favorite place in the entire cottage. She turns exactly 3 times. As always, apparently anything fewer would be unacceptable. With a satisfied sigh that sounds surprisingly human, she curls into a perfect gray circle. Within moments, she is asleep. Again, you begin unpacking the basket. The mint is tied into a small bundle, using a piece of linen thread, hanging beside the pantry shelf. You suspend it from one of the wooden beams crossing the ceiling. Immediately the room fills with its cool, refreshing scent. Beside it hang bunches of thyme gathered weeks earlier, sprigs of rosemary, bundles of lavender waiting patiently to dry. Together they sway gently whenever the breeze enters through the open window. The apple blossoms are spread carefully upon a clean linen cloth. Their petals are unbelievably delicate. Tomorrow they will begin drying. Within a few days they will become pale ivory instead of bright white. Their fragrance will soften, gentler, warmer, perfect for long winter evenings when spring feels very far away. The handful of peas joins several onions already resting inside a woven basket beneath the table. Enough for tonight's supper. Enough for tomorrow's as well. Nothing extravagant. Simply honest food gathered one day at a time. Finally, you pick up the little acorn. It rests quietly in your palm, small enough to disappear beneath your thumb, yet somehow heavier than it looks. Not in weight, in possibility. You walk outside once more. The afternoon remains wonderfully calm. Clouds drift lazily above the village. Bees continue humming among the herbs. The garden seems almost unchanged despite the passing hours. Near the edge of your little vegetable patch grows a young oak sapling planted several years ago. It still stands no higher than your shoulder. Strong, healthy, patient, you kneel beside it. Using your fingers, you loosen a little of the warm earth around its roots. Then gently place the acorn beside the base of the tree. Perhaps it will grow. Perhaps it will simply nourish the soil. Either outcome feels perfectly acceptable. Nature rarely wastes effort. As you brush the loose earth back into place, a familiar voice calls softly from beyond a garden fence. You've been busy today. You look up. Old Walter leans comfortably against the gate, carrying his walking stick beneath one arm. I've mostly been walking. He smiles. Walking counts. In fact, he glances toward the distant woodland. I've solved more problems while walking than while sitting. You open the gate for him. Walter steps carefully into the garden. His movements are slower than they once were, but every step remains steady. He pauses beside the lavender. You know, when I was a boy, I believed important days had to be exciting. He bends slightly to smell one of the blossoms. It took me nearly 70 years to discover I was wrong. You smile. What changed your mind? Walter looks around the little garden. The buzzing bees. The sleeping goat beneath the apple tree. The herbs drying beneath the eaves. The sunlight warming the stone path. He answers quietly. I started paying attention. Neither of you speaks after that. There seems nothing to add. A pair of swallows swoops low across the garden, chasing insects dancing above the flowers. The old rooster finally wakes from his afternoon nap. He stretches one wing dramatically, crows once, then decides that single announcement has been entirely sufficient. Evie appears less interested in making speeches during the warmth of the afternoon. Walter chuckles. He grows wiser, or sleepier, perhaps both. The two of you wander slowly through the little garden. Walter stops beside nearly every plant, not because he needs to, because each one reminds him of someone. This rosemary, my wife planted some beside our first cottage. He gently brushes a leaf between his fingers. The smell has never changed. A few steps farther. The thyme reminds me of my mother. She insisted every soup deserved twice as much as everyone else believed. He laughed softly. She was usually right. At the far end of the garden stands your little apple tree. Still young. Only a few green apples have begun forming beneath the fading blossoms. Walter studies them carefully. A good harvest, if the weather remains kind. If it doesn't, he shrugs pleasantly. There's always next year. There's remarkable peace in people who have lived through enough seasons to know that one poor harvest never defines a lifetime. A gentle wind moves across the valley. The church bell rings once in the distance, not calling anyone, simply marking another quiet hour that has slipped peacefully into memory. The afternoon stretches comfortably before you. No urgent task waits. No hurried journey calls. Only the slow promise of evening, still several peaceful hours away. And somewhere inside the little cottage, the warm hearth, the scent of drying herbs, and the sleepy gray cat continue waiting exactly where you left them. Inside the cottage, the quiet afternoon seems to welcome you back like an old friend. The cool air feels wonderfully comforting after the warmth of the garden. Sunlight has shifted since morning. Now it enters through the western window, stretching long golden rectangles across the worn wooden floor. Tiny specks of dust drift lazily through the light, floating so slowly that they almost appear suspended in time. The fire has settled into a bed of glowing embers. Only the occasional crack reminds you that the oak logs are still quietly burning. There is no need to feed the hearth just yet. It has learned patience, much like the people who depend upon it. The gray cat remains asleep beside the fireplace. One ear twitches slightly as you enter. She opens one eye just enough to confirm that everything remains exactly as it should. Apparently satisfied, she closes it again. Some responsibilities require only brief inspection. You move toward the pantry shelf. Simple earthen jars line the rough wooden boards. Dried beans, oats, barley, a small sack of rye flour. Bundles of onions hang neatly from the ceiling beams, their papery skins rustling softly whenever the breeze slips through the open window. There's comfort in seeing a pantry that asked for nothing more today. Not overflowing, not empty, simply prepared. You take a clay jug from the shelf and pour yourself another cup of cool spring water. The water catches the afternoon light as it fills the mug. Tiny bubbles cling briefly to the inside before disappearing. You drink slowly. Outside, a dove begins cooing somewhere near the orchard. Its gentle call drifts through the open doorway. Slow, peaceful, almost sleepy. You decide it is the perfect hour to prepare the evening meal. Not because supper is near, but because slow cooking has always been rewarded with better flavor. You lift the black iron pot from its hook. The inside has grown smooth after years of careful use. Countless stews have simmered within it. Vegetables gathered from the garden. Beans harvested in autumn. Wild herbs collected from the forest. Every meal leaving behind memories invisible to the eye. Into the pot go several onions. Fresh peas from Mrs. Eleanor. A handful of barley. The wild garlic gathered beside the woodland stream. Finally, a little spring water. The pot settles gently above the glowing embers. There is no fierce flame, only quiet heat, the sort that allows food to become tender without ever being hurried. Soon, the first tiny bubbles appear around the edges. A pleasant aroma begins filling the cottage almost immediately. The sweet scent of onions softens. Fresh herbs release their fragrance. The barley slowly begins thickening the broth. You stir everything once with a long wooden spoon, then leave it alone. Some recipes improve most when no one interferes. The smell drifting through the cottage soon reaches the open window. Almost immediately, a familiar voice calls from outside. That smells promising. You laugh quietly before stepping onto the porch. Robert stands at the garden gate, carrying an empty wooden bucket. I knew someone would notice. He smiles. My nose has served me faithfully for 60 years. It led you here? It usually leads me somewhere worth visiting. You lean comfortably against the porch post. Finish in the fields? For today. He stretches his shoulders slowly. The wheat is growing well. The weeds are growing even better. You nod sympathetically. They always seem more enthusiastic. Robert laughs. I've never understood how weeds wake up so early. The two of you stand quietly for a while. The afternoon breeze carries a scent of warm earth across the gardens. Somewhere nearby, children are still playing, though their laughter has become softer than it was earlier. The village itself seems to be slowing, not stopping, simply taking a long, peaceful breath before evening arrives. Robert glances toward your herb garden. The lavender looks beautiful. The bees seem to think so. As if hearing their conversation, one bumblebee drifts lazily from blossom to blossom only a few feet away. It disappears completely inside one flower, emerges dusted with golden pollen, then chooses another. Robert watches with quiet admiration. My grandfather used to say, if you want to know whether your garden is healthy, listen for bees. You both remain silent for a moment, listening. The gentle humming fills the warm air. Hundreds of tiny wings working together without argument, without command, only purpose. Eventually, Robert lifts his bucket. I should fetch water before the queue grows. A wise plan. If I'm late, he grins. I'll spend half the evening discussing everyone's vegetable garden. You say that as though it's a burden. He laughs warmly. Perhaps it isn't. With a cheerful wave, he continues down the lane toward the village well. You watch until he disappears between the cottages. The conversation leaves behind a pleasant feeling that comes from ordinary neighbors sharing ordinary afternoons. Back inside, the stew continues simmering gently. The bubbling has become steady now. Every few moments, the lid rattles softly before settling once more. Steam escapes in delicate curls, carrying the rich fragrance of herbs throughout the room. The cat finally awakens. Not because of the conversation. Not because of the breeze, because she has noticed the stew. She stretches luxuriously, front paws first, then her back, then her tail. She walks toward the pot with slow determination, stopping just far enough away to inspect its contents through the rising steam. After careful consideration, she sits, apparently convinced that patient observation will somehow improve her chances of receiving supper. You smile. It never works. She blinks slowly, a look that clearly suggests otherwise. Outside, the sunlight begins taking on a softer golden color. The shadows in the garden grow longer. The bees become fewer as they return to their hives. A flock of swallows circles above the rooftops, gathering insects before evening settles over the valley. Another peaceful chapter of the day is quietly coming to an end, and with every passing minute, the medieval village prepares itself for the gentle arrival of dusk. The first signs of evening arrive so quietly that you almost miss them. No sudden darkness falls across the village. Instead, the sunlight simply becomes softer. The bright gold of afternoon slowly deepens into warm amber, bathing every cottage garden and winding lane in a gentle glow that seems to linger a little longer than expected. The air changes too. The heat of midday begins to drift away, replaced by a cool breeze wandering lazily through the valley. It carries with it the scent of fresh hay from the nearby fields. Somewhere, a farmer has begun stacking the day's cut grass into neat little mounds that will dry beneath tomorrow's sun. The fragrance is rich, sweet, comforting. Inside the cottage, the stew continues its slow, patient simmer. Tiny bubbles rise steadily beneath the iron lid. Every few moments, a soft puff of fragrant steam escapes, filling the room with a comforting aroma of onions, barley, peas, and wild herbs. It smells exactly as a peaceful evening should. The cat has now positioned herself directly beside the hearth, not too close. Years of experience have taught her the perfect distance between warmth and comfort. She sits with remarkable dignity, pretending she has absolutely no interest in the stew. Every few seconds, her nose twitches. You are unconvinced. A gentle knock comes at the cottage door. Not hurried, just 3 quiet taps. You open it to find young Thomas standing on the step. He cannot be more than 10 years old. Freckles cover his cheeks, and his straw hat sits slightly crooked upon his head. In his hands, he carefully balances a small woven basket. My mother sent these. Inside rests half a dozen freshly gathered eggs nestled upon soft straw. You smile warmly. They look beautiful. She said you share herbs with us last week. You nod. I remember. She says sharing only works if people take turns. There is something wonderfully sensible about that. You accept the basket. Please thank your mother. I will. Thomas hesitates for a moment, then quietly asks, Is that stew? It is. He smiles hopefully. It smells very good. You laugh. It should be ready soon. His stomach answers before he does. A tiny rumble. Thomas blushes immediately. I wasn't hungry. No. His stomach politely disagrees a second time, this time even louder. You pretend not to notice. Instead, you reach toward the bread resting upon the table. Breaking off a generous piece, you wrap it carefully inside a clean linen cloth before handing it to him. For the walk home, Thomas accepts it with wide eyes. Thank you. You'll tell your mother the eggs arrived safely. I will, and he grins. I promise not to eat all the bread before I get there. You raise an eyebrow. Not all of it. He laughs. I'll try. With that, he hurries happily down the garden path, disappearing between the cottages as the smell of warm bread follows him into the evening. You close the door gently. The little basket of eggs joins the other simple treasures gathered throughout the day. One ordinary kindness quietly answered by another. The village has always understood that generosity grows stronger when it keeps moving. Outside, the sound of distant work begins to fade. The blacksmith's hammer falls silent. The mill will still turns, but more slowly now. Farmers guide their horses home along dusty lanes, their wooden carts creaking gently beneath sacks of grain and bundles of tools. No one appears tired enough to complain, only pleasantly satisfied. The work of the day has been honest. That is usually enough. You stir the stew once more. The barley has become wonderfully tender. The peas remain bright green. The onions have almost disappeared into the rich broth. You crack 2 of the fresh eggs carefully into the simmering pot. Their white edges slowly turn opaque, while the bright golden yolks remain perfectly whole. The smell grows even richer. The cat notices immediately. She rises, walks one slow circle around your feet, then sits again. Apparently, this new development deserves closer supervision. You cut another slice of the morning's bread. Its crust has become slightly firmer during the day, but the inside remains soft and fragrant, perfect for dipping into a warm bowl of stew. Outside the window, the sky has begun changing color. The brilliant blue of afternoon slowly softens into pale gold near the horizon. Higher above, hints of soft pink begin appearing among long, feather-like clouds drifting peacefully toward the east. Several swallows make one final sweep across the village rooftops before settling beneath the eaves of the church. Their busy day is ending too. The bees have almost entirely disappeared from the herb garden. Only one determined little worker remains among the lavender blossoms. She moves slowly now, flower by flower, as though reluctant to admit that evening has arrived. Eventually, she lifts into the cooling air and flies toward the distant hives beyond the meadow. The garden grows wonderfully still. You carry your bowl of stew outside to the little wooden bench beneath the apple tree. The evening breeze brushes gently across your face. The first stars have not yet appeared, but the light has softened enough that every corner of the village seems wrapped in quiet warmth. The goat rests comfortably nearby, chewing lazily beneath the tree. The chickens have already climbed onto their wooden roosts. Even the proud rooster has decided that today's announcements are complete. He tucks his head beneath one wing. For perhaps the first time all day, he says nothing. You smile into your bowl. The first spoonful is wonderfully warm. The barley is soft. The herbs are fragrant. The fresh egg has cooked perfectly, its golden yolk blending gently into the rich broth. Simple food, prepared slowly, enjoyed without interruption. As you eat, church bells ring softly across the valley, not calling anyone now, simply marking the peaceful arrival of evening. 1, 2, 3. Their echoes drift across the fields before fading into the distant woods where your morning began. It feels as though the entire day has quietly completed a perfect circle. From the first light before sunrise to this peaceful meal beneath the fading sky. And somehow, every ordinary moment along the way has become something worth remembering. The final spoonful of stew is every bit as satisfying as the first. You rest the wooden spoon across the edge of the bowl and simply sit. There is no reason to hurry back inside. Evening has only just begun. The apple tree above you rustles softly as a gentle breeze wanders through its branches. Only a handful of tiny green apples remain visible among the leaves. Most are hidden beneath the thick spring foliage. A single blossom, somehow overlooked by the passing weeks, still clings to one slender branch. Its white petals glow softly in the fading light. Soon, they too will fall. Everything has its season. Nothing needs to be rushed toward it. Across the lane, neighbors begin appearing in their gardens, not to work, only to enjoy the coolness that arrives after the warmth of the day. Mrs. Eleanor carries a small basket of knitting. Old Walter settles onto his favorite bench beneath the walnut tree. Robert returns from the well with 2 full buckets balanced carefully across a wooden yoke resting upon his shoulders. He walks with the steady rhythm of someone who has carried water nearly every day of his life. As he passes her gate, he pauses. How is the stew? Worth waiting for. I could smell it halfway down the lane. You should have knocked. He smiles. I nearly did. But then I remember my own wife had been cooking all afternoon. A wise decision. He nods thoughtfully. Very wise. After another friendly wave, he disappears toward his cottage, where warm candlelight has already begun glowing behind the little windows. One by one, similar lights begin appearing throughout the village. Not bright, not enough to chase away the gathering dusk. Only gentle points of warm amber flickering behind linen curtains and wooden shutters. The entire village slowly transforms into a constellation upon the earth. A dog barks somewhere near the edge of the fields. Another answers from farther away. The conversation lasts only a few moments before silence gently returns. Above the rooftops, the swallows perform their final graceful circles of the evening. Soon they vanish beneath the eaves where tiny nests wait patiently for them. The sky continues changing. The gold fades into soft peach. The peach slowly becomes lavender. Then deeper shades of blue begin flowing quietly across the heavens from east to west. The first evening star appears. Small, bright, steady. You notice it almost immediately, perhaps because there is so little else demanding your attention. Modern life often hides the first stars. Here, nothing competes with them. Soon another appears, then another, until the sky begins quietly filling with tiny lights that have been patiently waiting all day for their turn. The cat finally joins you outside. She stretches dramatically upon the porch before leaping gracefully onto the bench beside you. Without asking, she settles against your arm. Her fur feels wonderfully warm after spending the afternoon beside the hearth. You gently stroke her back. She begins purring almost immediately. A deep, steady, comforting sound. Not loud, only close enough to become part of the peaceful evening. Far beyond the village, a barn owl leaves its hollow oak for the night's quiet hunt. Its pale wings carry it silently across the meadows. No flutter, no sound, only graceful movement beneath the growing stars. The sheep on the distant hillside have gathered close together. From here they resemble little white stones scattered across the darkening fields. Their bells ring only occasionally now. Soft, sleepy, almost dreamlike. The cool evening air carries another familiar scent through the village. With smoke, nearly every cottage has added another log to its hearth. Thin gray ribbons drift upward through the still air before disappearing into the darkening sky. The smell mingles beautifully with lavender from the gardens and the sweet fragrance of fresh hay resting in nearby barns. It is the scent of home, a scent unchanged for generations. The church bell rings once, not to summon anyone, simply marking another quiet hour, slipping gently into the night. No one seems surprised. No one rushes. The bell has kept faithful company with the village for longer than anyone can remember. Children who were laughing only an hour ago have disappeared indoors. Window shutters close one after another. Voices grow softer. Footsteps become fewer. The entire village seems to exhale together, slowly, peacefully, as though everyone has silently agreed that enough has been accomplished for one day. You remain beneath the apple tree a little longer, the wooden bowl now empty beside you, the cat warm against your arm. Above, more stars appear with every passing minute. The great ribbon of the Milky Way slowly begins revealing itself across the heavens, bright enough to be seen clearly in a world untouched by electric lights. It stretches from one horizon to the other, like a river flowing silently through the night. You have seen it hundreds of times before, yet somehow it never becomes ordinary. Old Walter once said that every star was a tiny reminder that the sky is much larger than our worries. Perhaps he was right. The breeze becomes cooler. You rise slowly from the bench. The cat follows without complaint. Together, you step quietly back into the warm glow of the little cottage, leaving the peaceful medieval evening to settle gently over the sleeping village like a soft wool blanket. Outside, the crickets begin their nightly chorus. Inside, the fire glows softly, and another wonderfully ordinary day quietly prepares to become a cherished memory. The cottage door closes with a quiet wooden click, not loud enough to disturb the peaceful evening, only enough to remind you that the day has gently come to its natural end. Inside, the fire welcomes you with its familiar glow. The embers pulse softly beneath the last oak log you placed upon them earlier. Every now and then a tiny spark rises, dances briefly in the warm air, and disappears into the chimney above. The room feels wonderfully calm, not silent, alive with gentle sounds. The quiet crackling of burning wood, the soft purring of the gray cat as she settles once again beside the hearth, the occasional whisper of the evening breeze slipping to the small gap beneath the window shutter. You hang the empty cooking pot above the fireplace to dry. Its dark iron surface reflects little flashes of orange light from the glowing coals. Tomorrow morning, it will begin another meal, another ordinary day, another quiet story. You wash your wooden bowl in a small basin filled with cool spring water. The water ripples gently beneath your hands. You wipe the bowl dry with a linen cloth before returning it to its familiar place upon the shelf. Every object inside the cottage seems to know exactly where it belongs. Nothing is misplaced. Nothing unnecessary remains. Life feels lighter when every possession has earned its place. The candle upon the table burns with a small, steady flame. Its warm light fills the corners the fire cannot quite reach. Shadows move slowly across the timber walls. Not frightening, only peaceful, like old friends quietly stretching before bedtime. You settle into the sturdy oak chair beside the window. Outside, the last traces of twilight still linger low above the western hills. The sky has become a deep velvet blue. Only a thin ribbon of pale gold remains where the sun disappeared. Soon, even that fades away. Night has arrived. Somewhere beyond the orchard, an owl calls. A single soft note, then another, patient, unhurried. From farther away, another owl answers. The conversation travels across the dark countryside before disappearing into the woods. The stars continue multiplying overhead. Without the smoke and lanterns of great cities, the heavens appear astonishingly clear. Thousands upon thousands of tiny lights shimmer above the sleeping valley. Some seem bright enough to touch. Others barely whisper their presence. Yet together, they create a sky so beautiful that no painter could truly capture it. You unlatch the small wooden shutter beside the window. Cool night air drifts quietly into the cottage. It carries the scent of damp grass cooling beneath the evening dew, lavender from the garden, fresh hay resting inside nearby barns, a faint trace of wood smoke. Everything smells wonderfully peaceful. The gray cat jumps lightly onto the windowsill. She sits perfectly still, watching the darkness, perhaps searching for moths fluttering beneath the moonlight, perhaps simply enjoying the cool breeze. Cats rarely explain themselves. The moon slowly rises above the distant tree line, not yet full, but bright enough to paint silver light across the rooftops of the village. The thatched cottages now glow softly beneath its gentle light. Stone walls cast long blue shadows. The little stream beside the mill catches the moonlight, becoming a winding ribbon of silver flowing quietly through the sleeping countryside. You remember sitting beside that same stream earlier today. The deer, the waterfall, the dragonflies, the cool water slipping between your fingers. It feels strangely distant already, not because many hours have passed, but because peaceful days have a way of becoming treasured memories almost as soon as they end. You reach toward the small shelf above the hearth. There rests a simple leather-bound journal. Its pages are uneven, handmade, its cover worn smooth after years of careful use. You open it gently. A charcoal pencil rests between the pages. You do not write every day, only when something feels worth remembering. Tonight, you write only a single sentence. The quietest days often leave the deepest memories. You smile. The words seem complete. Nothing more needs to be added. You close the journal once again. The candle burns lower now. Its flame grows smaller with each passing minute. Outside, the village has become completely still. Even the dogs have settled. The chickens sleep soundly inside their coop. The sheep rest peacefully upon the distant hillside. The bees remain silent inside their warm wooden hives until another sunrise calls them back into the fields. Every creature has found its place of the night. The fire gives one final cheerful crack. A log shifts gently upon the glowing embers. The warmth spreads comfortably throughout the little cottage. You rise from the chair. One by one, you check the familiar evening routines. The door is safely latched. The herbs hanging from the ceiling remain gently drying. The basket sits neatly beside the pantry. The fresh eggs rest inside their straw. Everything is exactly as it should be. The cat has already curled herself into a perfect circle upon her favorite blanket. She opens one sleepy eye as you pass, then closes it again, apparently satisfied that the house is secure. You climb the narrow wooden stairs leading toward the little loft where your bed awaits beneath the sloping roof. Each step creaks softly beneath your feet. The sound has remained the same for years. Some creaks become part of a home's personality. At the top of the stairs, a small window looks east across the moonlit fields. You pause for one last look. The countryside rests beneath a blanket of silver light. Peaceful, patient, timeless. Tomorrow, the rooster will greet another sunrise. The baker will light his ovens. The mill wheel will begin turning. The shepherd will climb the hillside once more. The stream will continue singing beneath the old oaks. The bees will return to the flowers. Life will quietly begin again. But tonight, there is nothing left to do. Nothing left to hurry. Only rest. You lie beneath a thick wool blanket. The straw mattress settles comfortably beneath you. Outside, the crickets continue their gentle song. The breeze brushes softly against the cottage walls. The moon watches silently through the little window. Your breathing slows. The warmth of the day gently fades into the comfort of night. And somewhere beyond dreams, another peaceful medieval morning is already waiting for the first light of dawn. The hilltop is in no hurry to let you leave. The breeze continues wandering across the long grass, bending each blade in gentle waves that roll toward the valley below. A skylark song drifts overhead. Clear, bright, joyful, you search the endless blue sky once more. At first, you see nothing. Then, far above, you notice the tiny bird almost suspended against morning light. Its wings beat so quickly they are nearly invisible. Yet its song seems large enough to fill the entire countryside. The little bird climbs even higher, singing all the while, as though it has discovered a happiness too wonderful to keep to itself. Eventually, the melody grows softer. The skylark becomes only a tiny dark speck. Then, it disappears completely, leaving only silence behind. Not an empty silence, a peaceful one. You rise slowly from the warm grass. A few blades cling stubbornly to the hem of your tunic. You brush them away with a smile before continuing along the winding path. The hill slopes gently downward toward another broad meadow unlike any you have visited before. This field belongs not to sheep, nor to wheat, but to wildflowers, thousands upon thousands of them. As far as your eyes can comfortably see, blue cornflowers sway beside scarlet poppies. Golden buttercups nod gently in the breeze. White ox-eyed daisies brighten every corner of the meadow. Purple clover carpets the lower ground where the soil holds a little more moisture. The colors blend together so naturally that they seem painted by no human hand, only by spring itself. The buzzing reaches your ears before you step among the blossoms. Not loud, simply constant. The gentle hum of countless bees moving patiently from flower to flower. Some carry heavy golden baskets of pollen upon their tiny legs. Others disappear deep inside blossoms before emerging dusted in yellow. Their work has no audience, no applause, only purpose. You pause beside a patch of bright blue cornflowers. One honeybee lands upon a blossom only inches away. Its wings fold neatly against its back. It disappears into the flower. For several long moments, nothing moves except the petals gently swaying in the breeze. Finally, the little bee emerges. It pauses briefly, almost as if considering which blossom deserves attention next, then lifts gracefully into the air. Without hesitation, it finds another flower. The meadow seems endless, not because it truly is, but because every few steps reveal another little corner worth admiring. A butterfly floats lazily across your path. Its wings glow deep orange with tiny black markings along their edges. Unlike the determined bees, it appears to have nowhere urgent to be. It simply drifts, following the breeze wherever it chooses to go. Perhaps butterflies understand that beauty sometimes requires wandering. You continue walking, careful not to disturb the countless blossoms beneath your feet. Narrow paths weave naturally through the meadow, created by generations of villagers gathering herbs, children chasing butterflies, and travelers choosing beauty over speed. Every path seems to curve gently rather than running straight. Straight lines belong to roads. Gentle curves belong to peaceful places. Ahead, an old woman kneels among the flowers. A woven basket rests beside her. She gathers herbs with remarkable care, never pulling, never tearing, only gently clipping one stem at a time with a small iron knife polished smooth by decades of use. She notices your footsteps and smiles warmly. Good morning. Good morning. You've come to visit the meadow. I have. It rewards slow walkers. She returns her attention to the herbs. I've learned that. She nods approvingly. Most people do. After a quiet moment, she lifts a sprig of chamomile. Its tiny white petals surround a cheerful golden center. She holds it toward you. Smell. You lean closer. The fragrance is soft, sweet, almost like warm apples touched by sunshine. It will dry nicely. She places it carefully into her basket beside lavender, yarrow, and mint gathered earlier that morning. My grandmother taught me every plant has its season. Rush the harvest, and the herbs lose their kindness. You kneel beside another little cluster of chamomile. Its blossoms seem almost too delicate to touch. Tiny ladybirds wander slowly along the stems, their bright red shells shining beneath the sunlight. One pauses upon a petal, then continues climbing. The old herbalist watches quietly. They work harder than people realize. The ladybirds? She smiles. They spend their days protecting gardens. So gardeners thank them. You had never considered that such tiny creatures quietly guard entire harvests. Nature hides remarkable partnerships inside ordinary days. The breeze grows slightly stronger. The wildflowers begin swaying together. Blue, white, yellow, red, purple. The entire meadow moves like gentle waves upon a colorful sea. For several minutes, neither of you speaks. There seems little need. The flowers continue blooming without conversation. The bees continue working without praise. The clouds continue drifting without destination. Some mornings explain themselves perfectly well. Eventually, the herbalist rises carefully. Her basket now carries only what she truly needs. No more, no less. She adjusts the linen cloth covering the herbs. The meadow has shared enough for today. You glance across the thousands of untouched blossoms stretching toward the horizon. So much remains. She smiles. Exactly. She begins walking toward a narrow path leading east. After several steps, she pauses. Without turning around, she says quietly, "The countryside always gives more to those who leave something behind." Then she continues walking until the tall wildflowers gently hide her from view. You remain standing in the middle of the blooming meadow, listening once again to the peaceful chorus of bees, watching butterflies drift upon the breeze. feeling the warm spring sun resting softly upon your shoulders. Somewhere beyond the flowers, a little stream sparkles beneath the morning light. Its quiet song reaches you on the breeze. Another peaceful path, another gentle discovery, awaits just ahead. The little stream calls to you long before you see it. Its gentle voice drifts across the wildflower meadow, weaving itself through the soft humming of bees and the cheerful songs of distant birds. It is not loud, not demanding, simply inviting. You leave the narrow path of blossoms and follow the sound through waist-high grasses that sway gently around your legs. The farther you walk, the cooler the air becomes. The scent of warm flowers slowly gives way to something fresher. Clean water, rich earth, young willow leaves. Soon, the grasses part. Before you lies one of the most peaceful places you have yet discovered. The stream is wider than the woodland brook you visited yesterday. Its banks curve gracefully through the countryside like a silver ribbon stitched into a green quilt. The water moves slowly enough that clouds drift across its surface, almost perfectly reflected. Only the occasional ripple reminds you that it is quietly flowing toward distant rivers, and, eventually, the sea. Several willow trees lean over the water. Their long green branches trail softly across the surface. Whenever the breeze passes through them, the leaves whisper together like friends exchanging old stories. You step closer. The grass beneath your boots becomes wonderfully soft. Tiny white clover flowers bloom everywhere along the bank. Dragonflies dart above the water, their wings flashing sapphire blue whenever they catch the sunlight. One settles briefly upon a reed, only a few feet away. Its delicate wings fold neatly behind its slender body. For a moment, it becomes almost invisible. Nature has always admired quiet elegance. You kneel beside the stream. The water is astonishingly clear. Smooth pebbles cover the bottom, each one polished by centuries of gentle currents. Tiny fish glide effortlessly through patches of dancing sunlight. Not one appears hurried. Even the current itself seems content to take the long way home. You dip your fingers into the cool water. It slips gently around your hand. Refreshing, calm. You lift a little water into your palm. The sunlight turns it into a handful of tiny diamonds before it slips quietly back into the stream. Nothing ever truly belongs to us. We simply borrow it for a little while. A family of ducks appears from beneath the hanging willow branches. The mother leads confidently. Behind her, 6 fluffy ducklings paddle in a remarkably straight line. At least, they begin in a straight line. The smallest duckling soon discovers something far more interesting than staying with the group. Perhaps it is a floating feather. Perhaps only its own reflection. Whatever the reason, it slowly drifts away. The mother continues for several strokes before quietly turning back. Without scolding, without urgency, she simply waits. The little wanderer notices, paddles as quickly as its tiny feet allow. Within moments, the family is together once again. You cannot help smiling. Some lessons are taught without a single word. Farther downstream, an old wooden footbridge crosses the narrowest part of the stream. Its oak planks have grown smooth beneath generations of footsteps. Wild moss covers the railings. Tiny yellow flowers grow between the stones supporting each end. You walk toward it slowly. Each board creaks gently beneath your weight, not with complaint, only with age. Halfway across, you stop. The view in both directions is equally beautiful. Upstream, the willow branches sway above calm reflections. Downstream, the stream winds through bright green meadows where white sheep graze peacefully beneath scattered oak trees. Clouds drift silently overhead. Their reflections travel with the water, sometimes moving faster than the stream itself, sometimes slower, depending entirely upon the breeze. A kingfisher suddenly streaks beneath the bridge, one flash of brilliant blue, then another, gone almost before your eyes have fully understood what they have seen. The bird lands upon a low branch several yards away. Its tiny head tilts thoughtfully toward the water, watching, waiting, patient. Several long moments pass. Then, like an arrow released from an invisible bow, it dives. A tiny splash. One silverfish. Success. The kingfisher returns to its branch without celebration. Some victories require no audience. You lean comfortably against the weathered railing. The warm wood has absorbed the morning sunshine. It feels pleasantly smooth beneath your hands. Someone carved a tiny heart into the railing many years ago. Time has softened its edges. Moss has begun growing inside the little carving. Who made it? A young couple? A traveler? A shepherd resting here one quiet afternoon? The names are long gone. Only the little heart remains. A silent reminder that even the smallest marks can outlive the people who make them. The breeze freshens slightly. The willow branches sway lower. One long strand brushes gently across the surface of the stream, sending tiny ripples spreading outward in perfect circles. Each circle grows larger, then slowly fades away. Much like kind words, their beginning is often small. Their reach much greater than we imagine. You continue across the bridge and follow a narrow riverside path lined with soft grasses and tiny blue forget-me-nots. Their blossoms are so small they could easily escape notice, yet together they create a delicate ribbon of blue stretching beside the water. A pair of swans appears around a distant bend. Their white feathers shine brilliantly beneath the late morning sun. They glide without effort, without hurry. Their reflections travel beside them, as though another pair of swans lives beneath the surface of the stream. The only sound they make is the gentle whisper of water parting before them. You stop walking once again. Some sights deserve complete attention. The swans drift slowly past, neither frightened by your presence, nor especially interested. They simply continue their quiet journey through the peaceful medieval countryside. For a little while longer, you stand beneath the old willow trees, listening to the endless song of the flowing water, watching sunlight dance across the stream, and allowing another beautifully ordinary morning to unfold exactly as it wishes. The swans continue downstream until they disappear behind a graceful bend in the river. For several moments, the water still seems to remember them. Tiny ripples spread slowly toward the banks before fading into perfect stillness. You remain beneath the willow tree. Its long green branches sway gently overhead, painting moving shadows across the soft grass. Every now and then, a single leaf breaks free. It spins lazily through the air before landing upon the surface of the stream. Rather than sinking, it becomes a tiny traveler. The current carries it away without hurry, past reeds, past smooth stones, past clusters of yellow irises blooming at the water's edge. It asks for no destination. It simply trusts the river. There is something peaceful about that. You follow the riverside path a little farther. The ground becomes softer beneath your boots. Wild mint grows in thick patches beside the water, releasing its cool fragrance whenever your footsteps brush against the leaves. Nearby, clusters of meadowsweet bloom in creamy white clouds. Their sweet scent drifts through the air, mixing beautifully with the freshness of the stream. You stop beside one tall plant. Hundreds of tiny blossoms form a single graceful cluster. A honeybee lands gently among them, then another. Soon 3 bees work together upon the same plant. None appears bothered by the others. There seems to be enough sweetness for everyone. The path curves around a broad bend where the stream widens into a calm pool. The water here is almost perfectly still. Only tiny circles appear now and then, where fish rise to catch insects dancing upon the surface. The reflections are astonishingly clear. Clouds, trees, blue sky. Everything appears twice. Once above, once below. A pair of reeds near the shore begins to tremble. You pause, watching quietly. After a few moments, a water vole emerges. Its small brown nose twitches curiously. Round black eyes examine the world with careful attention. It sits upright beside the bank, nibbling gently on a tender green stem. Its tiny paws move with surprising skill, completely unaware that anyone is watching, or perhaps completely unconcerned. After finishing its little meal, it slips silently back into the reeds. Within seconds, the grasses stand perfectly still once more, as though nothing had happened. Nature often rewards patience with moments that cannot be planned. The riverbank rises gently toward a small grove of silver birch trees. Their white trunks gleam brightly beneath the midday sun. Unlike the heavy shade of the ancient oak forest, these trees allow sunlight to dance freely across the woodland floor. Tiny patches of light shimmer everywhere, The air beneath the birches feels warm and bright. Fern leaves sway gently beside clusters of woodland violets hidden among the moss. You wander slowly between the slender trunks. Every breeze sets thousands of tiny leaves fluttering together. The sound is lighter than oak leaves, almost like quiet applause. One young birch has grown at an unusual angle, its trunk bending gracefully over the stream. Children from the nearby village have tied a simple rope swing to one of its strongest branches. The rope is old, smooth from many hands. The wooden seat hangs perfectly still. You smile. You can almost hear the echoes of laughter carried by summer afternoons long past. No one is here now, only the swing, waiting patiently for another joyful day. A gentle gust of wind nudges it ever so slightly. Back and forth, back and forth. It moves with such slow grace that it almost seems to remember the children who once filled the meadow with happy voices. Nearby, someone has built a tiny stack of smooth river stones, one upon another, 6 stones in all, perfectly balanced. No sign explains why they are there. Perhaps a traveler paused here, perhaps a shepherd, perhaps simply someone who wished to leave behind a quiet reminder that they had visited this peaceful place. You crouch beside the little cairn. The stones are warm from the sun, each one different in shape, yet together perfectly balanced. It feels wrong to disturb them. So you simply admire the quiet care that someone else placed into arranging them. A robin lands on the top stone, tilts its head, looks directly at you, then begins singing. Its cheerful melody fills the little birch grove, bright, friendly, completely fearless. When the song ends, the robin flutters to a nearby branch and continues searching the bark for tiny insects. Work resumes. Music completed. The afternoon grows warmer. Not uncomfortably so, just enough that the shade beneath the birch trees becomes especially inviting. You choose a patch of soft moss beneath one of the oldest trunks. Leaning back comfortably, you remove a small piece of bread from your basket. Still fresh enough. You break off a little piece for yourself. The rest remains carefully wrapped for later. Simple food somehow tastes richer when eaten beneath open skies. A gentle breeze cools your face. Leaves whisper overhead. The stream continues flowing nearby with endless patience. Across the meadow, you notice an elderly shepherd guiding only 3 sheep along a narrow path. There is no dog beside him, no hurried calls, only the quiet tapping of his wooden staff against the earth. Tap, step, tap, step. The sheep follow faithfully, not because they must, because they know the way. The shepherd pauses at the water's edge to allow them a cool drink. He removes his broad hat, washes his face with a handful of clear water, then simply stands, looking across the valley, perhaps remembering another afternoon much like this one, perhaps thinking of nothing at all. Both seem equally peaceful. A white cloud drifts slowly overhead, briefly shading the grove. The temperature drops just enough for you to notice. Then, as the cloud continues its quiet journey, warm sunlight returns once more. Nothing in the countryside remains exactly the same for very long. Yet everything changes so gently that it never feels abrupt. Time here does not rush forward. It simply walks beside you, one peaceful step after another. And somewhere beyond the next gentle bend in the river, another quiet corner of medieval England patiently waits to welcome you. The stone path leading toward the monastery feels different from every road you've walked today. Not smoother, not wider, simply quieter. Even your footsteps seem softer here. Small pieces of pale limestone have been pressed into the earth by centuries of travelers, pilgrims, farmers, merchants, messengers, scholars, and countless ordinary villagers who climb this gentle hill seeking nothing more than a peaceful afternoon. The ancient gate stands open. There are no guards, no heavy wooden doors blocking the entrance, only 2 weathered oak posts supporting an old stone arch. Above it, ivy hangs in long green curtains. Tiny purple flowers bloom among the vines, attracting sleepy bumblebees that drift lazily from blossom to blossom. As you pass beneath the arch, the sounds of the countryside grow softer, not because they disappear, because the monastery seems to gather silence around itself. A large courtyard opens before you. Smooth flagstones stretch between several beautiful stone buildings connected by covered walkways supported by thick oak beams. The afternoon sun shines warmly across the pale walls. Long shadows from the arches create beautiful patterns across the ground. At the center of the courtyard stands an ancient stone well. Unlike the village well, no one waits beside it. Only a wooden bucket hangs quietly from its rope. Nearby, a shallow birdbath carved from a single block of limestone sparkles beneath the sunlight. Several sparrows hop happily around its edge. One splashes enthusiastically. Water flies everywhere. The others seem completely unconcerned. A soft voice greets you. Peace be with you. You turn. An elderly monk approaches slowly. His gray robes move gently in the afternoon breeze. His face is lined with many years, yet his eyes remain bright with quiet kindness. A small basket of freshly cut herbs rests comfortably upon one arm. And with you, you reply. He smiles warmly. You come walking. I have. Good. He nods toward the open countryside behind you. Feet often discover what busy minds cannot. You find yourself smiling. He gestures toward the gardens. Would you care to see them? I would. Without another word, the two of you begin walking together. No hurry, no schedule. The monastery garden is unlike anything you have seen before. Every path is carefully edged with smooth stones gathered from nearby rivers. Raised beds overflow with herbs. Rosemary, sage, lavender, hyssop, chamomile, mint, fennel, angelica. Plants both beautiful and useful grow side by side without competition. The air is wonderfully fragrant. Every few steps another scent gently replaces the last. Fresh mint becomes warm thyme. Thyme gives way to sweet lavender. Then rosemary, then lemon balm. Each fragrance arriving quietly before drifting away again. The monk kneels beside a row of sage. He gently brushes one leaf between his fingers. The garden teaches patience. He holds the leaf toward you. Smell. The earthy fragrance is warm, comforting, almost impossible to describe. He smiles. No two seasons smell exactly alike. You continue walking. Several younger monks work quietly among the vegetable beds. One weeds onions. Another ties climbing beans to wooden poles. A third carefully waters rows of lettuce using a simple clay jug. None speaks. Yet there is no feeling of loneliness, only peaceful purpose. Nearby, an old apple orchard stretches across the hillside. The trees stand in neat rows, their branches heavy with small green fruit still weeks away from ripening. Wooden ladders lean against several trunks waiting for autumn. Wildflowers bloom freely beneath the trees. Bees move happily between blossoms that escape the passing spring. The monk pauses beneath one especially old apple tree. My grandfather planted this. You look up. The tree is enormous. Its trunk is nearly too wide for one person to embrace. The bark twists into beautiful patterns shaped by countless winters. It still bears fruit. He gently pats the trunk. It reminds us growing slowly is not the same as growing poorly. A breeze passes through the orchard. Thousands of leaves shimmer together. The sound resembles gentle rain. For several peaceful minutes, neither of you speaks. The tree says enough. At the far end of the orchard stands a tiny stone chapel. It is much smaller than the village church. Simple, almost hidden among climbing roses. Its wooden door stands open. Inside, only a few wooden benches. A small stone altar. One narrow stained glass window through which afternoon sunlight pours in brilliant shades of blue and gold. The entire room glows softly. Dust floats through the colored light, each tiny particle turning slowly like little stars. The monk removes his sandals before entering. You quietly follow. Inside, the silence feels almost alive. Not empty, not solemn, comfortable. The kind of silence that asks for nothing except your presence. You sit together on one of the simple benches. No prayers are spoken aloud. No sermons begin. No instructions are given. Only stillness. Outside, a robin sings somewhere among the roses. The breeze brushes softly against the chapel walls. Far away, A single church bell echoes faintly across the valley. The monk finally smiles. Without looking at you, he quietly says, "Many people travel great distances searching for peace." He pauses, then gently places one hand upon the old wooden bench. Sometimes it has been patiently waiting for them all along. His words settle into the silence, like leaves falling upon still water. No explanation seems necessary. Outside the chapel window, a white butterfly drifts lazily across the monastery garden. The afternoon sun has begun its slow descent toward the western hills. The light grows warmer, softer, longer. Another peaceful hour has quietly slipped into memory. And somewhere beyond the monastery walls, the gentle medieval countryside continues waiting, ready to reveal yet another quiet chapter of its timeless story. The stone path leading toward the monastery feels different from every road you've walked several quiet minutes. Not smoother. No one feels the need to measure the simply time. Quiet. The sunlight slowly shifts across the warm flagstone floor. Small pieces moving of pale so gently that you notice have been pressed into the earth the warm patch of light eventually reaches your boots. Pilgrims, outside, farmers, a breeze stirs the climbing roses surrounding the chapel scholars. Their blossoms ordinary villagers softly beneath the afternoon sun. This gentle hill, one pale pink petal breaks free. Then a peaceful afternoon drifts through the open doorway. Ancient gate stands floating lazily. There are turning guards. Twice, no heavy wooden before doors settling silently upon the stone floor. Only two weathered oak posts. The elderly monk watches it with a smile. Above it, even flowers know how to arrive. Long green curtains. You find yourself smiling bloom among the vines. He rises, attracting sleepy bumblebees as joints lazily from blossom to blossom. Ages pass beneath the body than his spirit. The sounds of the countryside, his movements remain steady, not because they disappear. He gestures because the monastery seems to gather silence around itself. There is a large courtyard I'd like to show you. Smooth flagstone stretch between several beautiful the sunlight feels brighter by covered walkways supported by thick oak. The monastery courtyard. The afternoon sun shines warmly across the pale walls. Only the shadows are long shadows from the arches. A young novice crossing the flagstones carrying two clay. At the center of the courtyard carefully upon an ancient stone well. He walks like the village concentration. No one waits beside her. Only not a wooden bucket pictures are especially quietly from its rope. Because spilling water would simply create a shallow bird bath carved from a single block of limestone sparkles beneath the sunlight. The novice several sparrows hop, neither says around its edge. Not one splashes enthusiastic. Requires conversation. Water flies together. Everywhere. You follow a narrow stone walkway leading behind the monastery. A soft voice. The sound of the courtyard slowly fade. You soon turn. Only birds. An elderly monk approaches slowly. The path winds his gray robes to a small grove of afternoon trees. Their dark evergreen branches create cool pools of shade. His eyes remain bright warm afternoon. Kindness. The air beneath a small basket wonderfully freshly cut herbs. Soft needles carved upon one arm. Every footstep lands almost silent. Between the trees stand weathered stone benches. Simple places for reading, good thinking. He nods toward the open countryside doing neither. A squirrel scampers along one thick branch overhead. You find yourself upside down on the trunk. He gestures toward directly at you. Would you care to see them? Its little nose twitches. I would. Apparently deciding another word. Neither of you intends to steal. The two of you begin walking together. It disappears into the green canopy once again. The monastery beyond the grove, unlike anything the land suddenly opens. Every path is stopped without edge with smooth stones. Before you stretches a broad meadow, unlike raised beds overflow with herbs. Tall grasses ripple beneath the afternoon breeze. Lavender, wild orchids bloom among chamomile and clover. The monastery's beehives stand neatly arranged along one sunny and useful grow side by side. Each woven straw skept the air is softly beneath the sunlight. Every few steps another scent gently between places of flowers. Fresh gentle humming warm the air. Time gives way to peaceful sweet lavender. Never hurry. Rosemary, the monk smile, lemon balm. Our busiest fragrance arriving quietly. They never seem to stop. Drifting away again. They rest. The monk kneels beside a row of sage. He watches one. He gently brushes one leaf between his clover blossom. The garden never worked for himself alone. He holds several monks wearing wide straw hats quietly. The earthy fragrance is warm. Their movements are remarkably calm, almost impossible. No sudden gestures. He smiles. No raised voices. No two seasons. Only careful hands moving with quiet confidence. Walking. One monk younger monk lifts a woven cover quietly among the vegetable Another beds. Brushes a few curious bees aside. Another ties climbing beans to not a single bee appears frightened. A third carefully waters rows of lettuce both using a simple clay jug. You walk close. None speaks. The smell of warm honey. Yet there is no feeling of loneliness mixed with only peaceful purpose. Fresh flowers. An
and
old apple
sun-warmed
orchard
grass.
stretches across
It creates
the
one of
hillside.
the richest scents you ever
Trees stand in
encountered
neat
all
rows.
day.
Their
Nearby
branches
stands a
small
long
green
wooden
fruit,
table beneath an
still
old
weeks
pear
away
tree.
from ripening.
Upon it
Wooden
rests several
ladders
clay
lean
bowls
against several
filled with
trunks
fresh
waiting
honeycomb.
for autumn.
Golden sunlight
Wildflowers
shines
bloom
through the
delicate
delicate
wax
wax
cells.
cells.
Each
Bees
one
move
glows
happily
like
between
amber.
blossoms.
The
at a
monk breaks
skip
a
of a
passing
tiny
spring.
breeze.
The monk
offers
pauses
it to
beneath
you,
one
fresh,
especially old
you
apple
taste
tree.
it slowly.
My
The
grandfather
honey is
planted
unlike
this.
anything from a market.
You look up,
Warm
the
from the
tree is
afternoon
enormous.
sun.
Its
Sweet,
trunk is
without
nearly
being
too
overwhelming,
wide for one person
filled
to
with
embrace.
subtle hints of
The
clover.
bark twists into
Wild
beautiful
flowers,
patterns shaped
and
by
time
countless
carried
winters.
home by thousands
It
of
still
tiny
bears
wings.
fruit.
It tastes
gently
like the
pats
meadow.
the trunk.
The
It
monk
reminds
laughs
us
softly.
It does.
Growing slowly is not
because
the same
the
as
meadow
growing
made it.
poorly.
For a while,
A breeze
neither
passes
of you
through the
speaks.
orchard.
You
Thousands
simply
of
watch the
leaves
bees
shimmer
continue
together.
their endless
The
journeys.
sound resembles
Each
gentle
one
rain.
leaving the hive
For several
each
peaceful
one
minutes.
returning.
Neither
Tiny
of you
lives
speaks.
devoted to quiet
The tree
purpose.
says enough.
Without
At the
applause,
far end of the orchard
without
stands a
recognition.
tiny stone
Yet,
chapel.
somehow,
It is
the
much smaller
entire
than the village
countryside
church.
depends upon them.
Simple.
The monk
Almost
eventually
hidden
points
among
toward a
climbing
narrow
roses.
path,
Climbing the
Its
final
wooden
slope of the
door
hill.
stands open.
There's one last
Inside,
place.
only a
if you
few
still
wooden
have the
benches.
strength. A small
I
stone
do.
altar.
Good.
One narrow stained glass
The path is
window
steeper
through which
now,
afternoon
but
sunlight
not
pours in
difficult.
brilliant shades
Short
of blue
grass
and
is
gold.
brushed gently
The
against
entire
your boots.
room glows
The
softly.
breeze grows
Dust
stronger
floats
as you
through the
climb.
colored light.
With
Each
every
tiny
step,
particle turning
the view
slowly
behind you
like
becomes
little
wider.
stars.
The monastery
monk
shrinks
removes
below.
his sandals
Its
before
gardens
entering.
now resemble
You quietly
carefully
follow.
stitched patches of green.
Inside,
The
the
silence
orchard forms
feels
almost
almost
rows
alive,
of silver green
not
leaves.
empty, not
The chapel
solemn,
roof peaks
comfortable.
through climbing roses.
The kind of silence
farther
that asks
still,
for nothing
the
except
winding
your
river
presence.
glitters beneath
You
the
sit
afternoon
together
sun.
on one of the simple
birch
benches.
grove.
No
flower
prayers
meadow.
are spoken aloud.
The distant village.
No sermons begin.
Even the church tower
no
you left
instructions
this
are
morning
given.
becomes
Only
visible once
stillness.
again. Everything
Outside,
slowly
a
gathers
robin
into
sings
one
somewhere among
peaceful
the
landscape.
roses.
At
The
the very
breeze
top of the
brushes
hill
softly
stands a
against the
single
chapel
enormous
walls.
oak.
Far
Older
away,
than the monastery
a single
itself.
church bell
Older
echoes
perhaps
faintly
than
across
anyone
the valley.
alive remembers.
The monk finally
Its branches
smiles.
spread outward
Without
like
looking at you.
welcoming arms.
He quietly
Beneath
says,
it rests one
many
simple
people
wooden
travel
bench.
great distances,
Nothing more.
searching for
The
peace.
monk lowers himself
He
onto the
pauses,
bench with a
then
contented
gently
sigh.
places one
You can
hand
see
upon
almost
the
the whole
old
valley
wooden
from
bench.
here.
Sometimes,
You sit beside him.
It
The
has been
breeze
patiently
carries the
waiting
scent
for
of
hayfields
all
below.
below.
Church
His
bells
words
ring
settle into the
faintly in the
silence,
distance,
like leaves
a
falling
hawk
upon
circles
still
high
water.
above the field.
No explanation
Cloud
seems
shadows
necessary.
drift lazily
Outside
across
the
the
chapel
countryside.
window.
No one
A white
speaks.
butterfly drifts
There is no
lazily
need.
across the
Some
monastery
places are
garden.
meant to be admired.
The afternoon
quietly.
sun has begun
The
its
afternoon
slow
continues
descent
its
toward the
slow
western
journey
hills.
toward evening.
The light,
The golden
grows
light
warmer,
grows softer.
The
Longer.
shadows stretch
Another
farther.
peaceful hour
and
has
beneath the great
quietly
oak,
slipped into memory.
you discover that
And
somewhere
sometimes the
beyond
greatest
the monastery
adventure
walls,
in medieval
the
England
gentle medieval
is simply
countryside
finding a peaceful place to
continues
sit,
waiting
and allowing
ready
the
to
world
reveal
to
yet
continue
another
turning
quiet
without
chapter
asking
of its
anything of you.
timeless story. The great oak has likely watched 1,000 afternoons unfold just like this one. Kings may have come and gone. Harvests may have been plentiful one year and poor the next. Children who once climbed its lower branches have grown into grandparents. Yet the oak remains, its roots reaching deeper into the hillside with every passing season, its broad canopy offering shade to anyone who asks for nothing more than a quiet place to rest. You lean back against the weathered bench. The wood has been warmed by the afternoon sun. It feels comfortable beneath your shoulders. Above you, thousands of green leaves shimmer gently whenever the breeze passes through the branches. The sound is unlike any other tree. Not the whisper of birches, not the deep rustle of oaks in the forest. Here, standing alone upon the hill, the old tree seems to gather every breeze from the valley below. The leaves answer together, softly, steadily, like waves meeting a peaceful shore. For a long while, neither you nor the elderly monk speaks. The silence between friends never feels awkward. It simply becomes another companion. Far below, life continues exactly as it always has. A farmer guides 2 oxen slowly across a distant field. From this height, they appear no larger than tiny carved figures upon a painted landscape. The wooden plow leaves neat dark lines behind them. Patient work, measured work, the sort of work that feeds families long after footprints have disappeared. Near the river, you notice several children chasing one another across a grassy meadow. Even from this distance, their laughter rises faintly upon the wind. One little boy pauses to examine something in the grass. Perhaps a feather, perhaps a beetle, perhaps nothing more than a particularly interesting stone. The others continue running before eventually returning to discover what captured his attention. Children have always understood something adults often forget. Every journey becomes richer when curiosity is allowed to lead the way. The monk follows your gaze. They're from the village. You know them? I've watched them grow. He smiles quietly, and one day they'll sit beneath this tree with children of their own. You imagine that. Years passing, the meadow changing with every season, the monastery gardens blooming again and again, new faces arriving while old stories quietly become memories. The oak will likely still be here, watching, waiting, welcoming. A gentle breeze carries a distant ringing of sheep bells from somewhere beyond the western hills. The sound comes and goes, sometimes clear, sometimes barely noticeable, like tiny silver notes floating across the valley. A kestrel suddenly appears above the meadow below. Unlike the hawk you watched earlier, this small falcon hardly moves its wings. Instead, it hovers perfectly still against the breeze. Its tail shifts slightly. Its wings make tiny adjustments almost too subtle to see. For several remarkable moments, it hangs motionless in the sky, watching the grass below with complete concentration. Then, with astonishing speed, it folds its wings, drops silently toward the earth, disappears behind a small rise in the meadow. A few heartbeats later, it rises again, its evening meal secured. The monk smiles. Even patience has its rewards. The sunlight has changed once again. The brilliant gold of afternoon now softens into rich amber that comes only during the final hours before sunset. Every stone wall in the valley glows warmly. The monastery roof shines like polished bronze. Even the river reflects the sky in shades of honey and copper. Nothing appears ordinary beneath this light. The old monk reaches into the pocket of his robe. He removes a small wooden whistle carved from elder wood. Simple, smooth, worn by years of gentle use. He raises it to his lips. A single soft note floats across the hillside. Low, clear, beautifully gentle. Moments later, from somewhere beyond the monastery orchard, another whistle answers. Then another. You look at him curiously. He smiles. Our gardeners. They're finishing their work. They use whistles. They're kinder than shouting. You nod. The idea somehow feels perfectly suited to this peaceful place. Across the valley, tiny curls of smoke begin rising from cottage chimneys, one after another. The evening fires are being lit. Some families prepare soup, others bake bread. Some simply warm water for tea before the cool night settles over the countryside. The village slowly begins glowing with quiet life. The monk stands. It will soon be time for evening bread. He brushes a few leaves from his robe. You are welcome to join us. I'd like that. Together, you begin walking down the gentle slope toward the monastery. The great oak remains behind, its broad branches silhouetted against the warm afternoon sky. You glance back once. The tree seems almost a gnawed farewell beneath the breeze. The monastery bell suddenly rings. One, slow, gentle tone, not urgent, not commanding, simply inviting. Its voice rolls peacefully across the valley. Birds lift briefly from the orchard. The bees continue working among the clover. The shepherd in the distant meadow pauses for a moment before continuing home. Life does not stop because the bell rings. It simply notices. The stone path winds gently downward through fields glowing in the golden light. Long shadows stretch across the grass. The air has become cooler now, filled with the comforting scent of evening. Fresh bread drifts from the monastery kitchens, with smoke rises softly into the calm sky. And somewhere inside those ancient stone walls, a simple wooden table is being prepared. Fresh bread, garden vegetables, warm soup, honey gathered only hours before. Nothing extravagant, everything shared. You smile to yourself. After all, some of the finest feasts in history were never remembered because of luxury. They were remembered because everyone around the table left with a peaceful heart. The monastery bell continues to ring, not loudly, not urgently. Each gentle note drifts across the valley before dissolving into the evening air. One, then another,
until the final echo disappears among the distant hills. The elderly monk smiles. That is our invitation. To supper and to gratitude. You follow him beneath a covered stone walkway that leads toward the heart of the monastery. The cool flagstones beneath your feet still hold a little warmth from the afternoon sun. The thick stone walls keep the air pleasantly cool. Tiny windows, set deep into the walls, allow slender beams of golden light to stretch across the corridor. Dust dances lazily within each ray. At the end of the passage, the scent reaches you before the room itself. Fresh bread, warm vegetable broth, roasted onions, herbs from the monastery garden, a hint of rosemary, a touch of thyme. Nothing extravagant, everything comforting. You enter a long dining hall built entirely of pale stone and heavy oak beams. The room is beautifully simple. 2 long wooden tables run almost the entire length of the hall. Smooth benches line either side. Clay bowls have already been placed neatly before each seat. Beside every bowl rests a wooden spoon worn silky smooth from years of use. No silver, no decoration, only things made to last. Several candles flicker gently along the center of each table. Their warm glow mingles with the final sunlight streaming through the high arched windows. The entire hall seems wrapped in soft gold. One by one, the monks quietly enter. No one rushes for a favorite seat. Each simply chooses a place and sits. Some are young enough to still carry the eager energy of youth. Others have silver hair and careful movements shaped by many winters. Yet all seem perfectly at ease. No one appears important. No one appears unimportant. The elderly monk gestures toward an empty place beside him. You are our guest. You take your seat. A young novice begins carrying large round loaves from the kitchen. The bread is still warm. Steam escapes each time one is placed upon the table. Its crust crackles softly as it cools. Another monk follows with a heavy iron pot suspended from a wooden yoke across his shoulders. The rich vegetable soup fills the room with an even deeper fragrance. Leeks, barley, carrots, beans, parsley freshly chopped only moments before. The soup is ladled carefully into every waiting bowl, each serving almost identical. Fairness requires very little discussion when everyone quietly agrees upon it. Before anyone begins eating, silence settles across the hall. Not an uncomfortable silence, a grateful one. The elderly monk gently folds his hands. No elaborate speech follows, only a few simple words. For bread, for rain, for sunlight, for those who planted, for those who harvested. May we remember every hand that helped bring this meal before us. Amen. The single word is spoken softly by everyone around the table. Then the meal begins. The sound of wooden spoons touching clay bowls replaces conversation for several peaceful moments. The soup is wonderfully warm. The barley has softened perfectly. Fresh herbs brighten every spoonful. A thick slice of bread accompanies each bowl. Its crust offers a satisfying crunch before giving way to a soft, airy center. You dip a piece into the broth. Simple, perfect. Across the table, one younger monk quietly reaches for the butter before taking any himself. He passes it first to the oldest brother seated beside him. The older man smiles and thanks. No words are exchanged. Kindness here seems almost instinctive. Nearby, another novice notices that one candle has nearly burned out. Without interrupting anyone, he quietly replaces it with a fresh one already waiting nearby. The flame continues glowing without ever allowing darkness to settle. Even the smallest duties become acts of care. Gradually, conversation begins. Not many voices at once. Only quiet discussions shared between neighbors. One monk speaks about the apple orchard. The western trees are flowering later this year. Another nods thoughtfully. The bees won't mind. A younger brother smiles. They're never in much a hurry. Soft laughter ripples gently down the table. The elderly monk turns toward you. Did you enjoy the meadow? Very much. The bees taught me something. He raises an eyebrow. Oh, they never seem to rush. His smile deepens. Busy and hurried are not the same thing. The words linger comfortably in your thoughts. Busy and hurried are not the same thing. Outside, the evening grows richer. Golden light fades slowly toward amber. Through the tall windows, you notice swallows making their final graceful circles above the monastery roofs. Beyond them, the distant valley glows beneath the lowering sun. Fields shimmer like woven cloth. The river catches the last bright light of day. Smoke rises peacefully from scattered cottages preparing for evening. Inside the hall, the meal continues at its own gentle pace. No one checks the hour. No one wonders what comes next. For now, there is warm bread, good company, simple food, and the quiet understanding that sometimes the richest evenings are built from the simplest moments. When the final crumbs have been gathered and the last spoonful of soup enjoyed, the elderly monk leans back with a contented smile. The evening is still young. He glances toward the western windows where the sky is slowly becoming a tapestry of gold, rose, and lavender. If you wish, I know a place where the sunset has looked exactly the same for hundreds of years. You smile. I would like to see it. Without another word, the two of you quietly rise from the long wooden table and step once more into the peaceful medieval evening. The dining hall grows quieter as the last bowls are gently gathered. Wooden spoons are stacked neatly. Clay cups are rinsed with cool well water. A few younger monks carry empty baskets back toward the kitchens, their footsteps almost silent upon the worn stone floor. No one seems eager to leave. Neither does anyone linger unnecessarily. Every task flows naturally into the next. The elderly monk waits patiently near the great oak doorway. When everything has been tidied, he smiles. Shall we? You nod. Together, you step outside into the cooling evening. Immediately, the fresh air greets you. The warmth of the day has begun to soften. A gentle breeze crosses the monastery hill, carrying the scent of lavender, freshly cut hay, and distant pine forests. The western sky has become a masterpiece. The bright afternoon blue is slowly giving way to warm gold. Above it rests a wide band of soft peach. Higher still, gentle shades of rose melt into pale violet. The first hints of evening quietly paint the heavens. The monk leads you along a narrow stone path, winding behind the monastery gardens. Unlike the paths you explored earlier, this one climbs steadily toward the highest ridge overlooking the entire valley. The climb is peaceful. Neither of you speaks. There is no need. Sometimes the most beautiful moments prepare themselves best in silence. Halfway up the hill, you pass a small vineyard. Rows of young grapevines stretch neatly across the southern slope. Each vine has been carefully tied to smooth chestnut stakes. Their leaves glow emerald green beneath the evening light. Tiny clusters of grapes have only just begun to form. Still hard, still small. The monk pauses. We won't harvest these until autumn. He gently brushes one leaf between his fingers. Good things are rarely early. You smile. The countryside has repeated that lesson all day. The path continues upward. Soon the vineyard gives way to open grassland. Wild thyme grows beneath your boots. Each step releases a faint herbal fragrance into the evening air. Crickets have already begun their nightly chorus among the grasses. Not loud, just enough to remind you that day is slowly giving way to night. A rabbit suddenly darts from beneath a hawthorn bush. It pauses several yards away. Its long ears stand perfectly upright. It watches you for a few curious seconds before bounding effortlessly across the meadow. Within moments, it disappears into the tall grass. The monk chuckles softly. They're always in a hurry. And yet, they're always exactly where they belong. Ahead, a low stone wall appears. Beyond it lies the highest point of the monastery grounds. The monk opens a simple wooden gate. Its old iron hinges creak gently. You step through. Your breath almost catches. The entire valley stretches before you. Nothing blocks the view. To the east, rolling green hills fade gently into the blue distance. To the south, the winding river reflects a golden sky, like polished glass. To the west, the sun hangs just above the horizon, large, golden, peaceful. Its light washes across the entire countryside. Every cottage window glows. Every stone wall shines warmly. The monastery itself seems carved from honey-colored stone. Long shadows stretch across fields where farmers have already begun walking home. The oxen move slowly, their day's work complete. Smoke rises from dozens of tiny cottages scattered throughout the valley. Each thin gray ribbon climbs quietly into the still evening air. You recognize the village you left this morning. From here, it looks impossibly small. Its church tower rises gently above the rooftops. The little stream sparkles beside the mill. The woodland where you gathered mint now appears as a dark green sea reaching toward the horizon. Everything is connected. Every place you visited today now rests within a single peaceful view. The monk sits upon an old stone bench built into the hillside. You sit beside him. Neither of you speaks. The sunset deserves your full attention. The lower edge of the sun touches the distant hills. Slowly, almost too slowly to notice, it begins slipping beneath the horizon. Golden light becomes amber. Amber becomes deep orange. Clouds floating above the valley suddenly glow crimson along their edges. For several magical minutes, the entire sky seems painted with fire. Yet nothing feels dramatic, only peaceful. A flock of starlings rises from a distant meadow. Hundreds of tiny birds move together like one living cloud. They twist, turn, expand, then gather tightly once more. Their graceful dance changes shape every few seconds. No bird appears to lead. Yet, somehow, every bird knows exactly where to go. The monk watches them with quiet admiration. They've been doing that every autumn and summer evening for as long as I can remember. They never grow tired of it. He smiles. Do you grow tired of sunsets? You laugh softly. No, neither do they. The last edge of the sun slowly disappears. A gentle hush settles across the valley. The colors begin changing once again. Orange softens into rose. Rose fades toward lavender. Lavender slowly deepens into rich evening blue. One bright star appears above the western horizon. Then another. The first evening star quietly announces that the night has begun. Far below, the monastery bell rings one slow note. Across the valley, the village church answers. Their echoes meet somewhere over the river before fading together into the growing twilight. The monk closes his eyes for a moment, then quietly says, "Every sunset reminds us that endings can be just as beautiful as beginnings." Neither of you speaks again. There is nothing to improve upon those words. You simply remain there, watching the first stars appear, feeling the cool evening breeze, listening to crickets sing beneath the darkening sky, while the peaceful medieval countryside slowly prepares for another quiet night beneath the endless stars.